conference room.
No.
We are live, Mayor Kate.
Thank you. So welcome to the regular meeting of the San Rafael City Council for Monday, June 7th, 2021. The city clerk's not available, so we have some other staff that is helping out. So Director Judici, are you the one calling the roll call this evening?
Yes, Mayor Kate.
Okay, you can call the roll call, please.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Yordan Scolati.
Present.
And Mayor Kate.
Present. All five of us are present and accounted for. I'll invite the city attorney to report out on the closed session we just had.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kate, members of the council, staff, and members of the community. No reportable action was taken in closed session by the council this evening.
Thank you so much. So welcome everybody out there in the virtual world to our meeting for this evening. And those watching at home see lots of faces on the screen. That's by intention. That is to remind us all, to remind our community of all the incredible professionals that are working every day for our incredible city, keeping it so well run, and their level of professionalism and expertise is incredibly appreciated. So thank you, staff, for all that you do. Tonight's agenda is super full, so you'll have to get those times when you're going to stretch between agenda items. But it's an awesome meeting tonight because it shows how local government has the ability to elevate the voices of those who's been marginalized and offer assistance to those who need government support. We'll be elevating those voices through two proclamations that we have. One is recognizing that June is Pride Month, and the other is taking the time to celebrate Juneteenth, the commemoration of ending slavery in the US. As for local government's ability to offer assistance to people, tonight we have an in-depth report on homelessness as the city considers how we can support those who are unhoused and get them the housing and the services they need. I'm sure we'll have lots of good community input on that. This month of June is also Gun Safety Month. I'm wearing orange in commemoration of that. And thank you to Chief Spiller, as well as the San Rafael Police Department and myself, who are participating in the Marin County Gun Safety Collaborative, which is being organized by the DA's office. Hopefully you've seen some things on social media about that. You can always go to the police website to learn more about how you can support it. And finally, just brief remarks tonight, because we do have a super full agenda, but I do want to include a land acknowledgement, because we want to honor the Indigenous people who have lived and are still living in San Rafael. This city is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, and we thank the original caretakers of this land and honor their continuing involvement and stewardship practices that benefit us all. So with that, buckle your seatbelts. We're in for a big night, and I will turn it over to, I think, Mr. Wong, Analyst Wong. Are you talking about how people can? No. So Director Judici. So everyone's going to have to be a little bit flexible tonight as we cover for the city clerk, but how people can public comment tonight. If you could speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. So at this time, I'd like to ask staff to turn off their cameras, please. Thank you. So this meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube, where viewers can provide comments in the live chat or are welcome to attend by telephone by calling 669-900-9128 and entering the meeting ID 817-3692-0337#. Or you can comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda. If you're commenting over the phone, please press *9 when Mayor Kate opens the public comment period. Once you hear a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you may press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're commenting through Zoom, you may use the raise hand button to let us know you're wanting to speak, and you'll wait until you've been unmuted. If you're commenting through YouTube live chat, please write public comment in caps. You'll want to introduce yourself and submit your comments to have them read aloud. But please note that there is a character limit on YouTube, so you'll want to submit, or you may want to submit comments in groups. If you submitted comments prior to this meeting by email or by letter, it has been forwarded to the City Council and published to our website. Closed captioning is available for this meeting, and I believe that has been started at this point. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Judici. So this part of the agenda, we welcome any comments from the public on topics that we are not going to be discussing on our full agenda tonight. So I'll turn it over to you to see if there's anyone who has a hand raised or has some comments.
Okay, again, I'm going to go ahead and invite those interested in speaking to either press *9 if you're calling by phone, or to raise your hand if you would like to comment. And I see 2 hands here.
Do I speak?
Yes.
Hi, this is Barry Toronto, a resident of Terra Linda for many decades. I'm calling because I am very much concerned about the constant stealing of catalytic converters and vehicles in our area. I know the police have had their hands full and have been very difficult, and I'm not here to criticize the police, but to ask that there's more emphasis on patrolling the streets and to work with the DA to bring these people to create felony charges against them. And the fact that they created danger to our community and the inconvenience to people who have to use their vehicles to get to work and for essential trips. So I urge the City Council to make this a higher priority regarding the constant thefts of vehicle parts, particularly catalytic converters, and the vehicles themselves, especially in the North San Rafael area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. And as people viewing tonight might see, that we've actually gotten more modern. We have a public comment timer, because before the city clerk did a great job of holding up her phone, but I don't know about you all, I couldn't see it. So she luckily now has a timer that is on the screen that all of us can see. And when the time is up, people will be muted. So make sure that you get your comments in those 2 minutes. So Director Giudice, I think you said there was one more person.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Ann Husong, and I have lived in downtown San Rafael for the past 20 years. My husband and I currently live on Laurel Place, which runs from Lincoln Avenue to Mission Avenue, in addition to being adjacent to Boyd Park. We have had several dangerous incidents on our street in the past week to 10 days. Personally, we experienced a frightening attempted burglary on Memorial Weekend, and we do appreciate the quick and effective police officers who apprehended the perpetrator. A female neighbor also experienced a male randomly walking into her home. And most recently, a man was spotted sharpening an 8-inch knife blade on a stone while walking down the sidewalk of Laurel Place. In addition, our neighborhood has experienced car break-ins. The chain link fence between Laurel Place and Boyd Park was cut and compromised for people to be able to enter and exit Boyd Park directly from Laurel Place. And many mornings in the neighborhood, homeowners have experienced mailboxes found completely open with mail discarded on the street and or potentially stolen. Due to the fact that Laurel Place connects with Robert Dollar Drive directly, our neighborhood also often experiences cars racing up and down the street at all times of the day and night, especially with heavy traffic on weekend evenings. My main concern is that Laurel Place has become a corridor between the people who without housing that currently live under the Highway 101 overpass and Boyd Park, and this is affecting the safety and once peaceful environment of Laurel Place and the neighborhood. As you well know, San Rafael is facing some unique housing challenges due to the COVID pandemic. I feel that our neighborhood has been significantly impacted by this. At one time, the city of San Rafael hired Barbier Security Group to regularly patrol Boyd Park, and perhaps it's time to resume their services for the safety and security of our neighborhood and the larger community that once enjoyed and utilized Boyd Park. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for calling in. And I know Chief Spillers heard you, and we will be talking further about these issues later in the agenda. So thank you. And I am noticing the public, I don't know about the rest of you, the public comment timer is doing all sorts of crazy stuff. So, I don't know, maybe we should go back to the cell phone version. At one point, she could have had 6 minutes. So we should just, yeah.
I can go back to the timer.
Yeah, why don't we
I want to say that I do have 3 more people on there, so I'll just continue to do that.
Okay, so if you could use your phone timer then. Thank you.
Hello, dear Mayor Kate and City Council members. My name is Eileen Richardson, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Downtown Streets Team. I wish I could have been more proactive over this last year plus, but I wanted you to know that I have been under cancer treatment, and for the first time in about a year, I've been feeling good. So I wanted to let you know that, and I wanted to come and talk to you today. DST has gone from a nascent startup on my kitchen table to a group of mostly young do-gooders to a still evolving but quite sophisticated professional organization that launched in San Rafael 8 years ago and expanded services to mobile showers and outreach, especially during COVID. As I stand here with immense pride in what we are today, matters related to workplace culture by former employees from years ago are something I want to formally address. We regret, and I personally regret, any employee having an unsatisfactory or upsetting experience while working for DST. Both management and the board were very concerned when these issues were raised and remain deeply committed to providing a workplace environment that represents the same effort we put into the outcomes of our team members. As these allegations surfaced, the DST board immediately hired an experienced independent investigator who conducted a full impartial investigation. Every staff member, including myself, in the organization was instructed to cooperate fully with the investigation and willingly did so, along with the former employees. The resulting report was conveyed to our board in June of 2019. The results sustained some experiences with a party culture and verbal interactions from many years ago that failed to meet our standards. The majority of the claims regarding favoritism, unequal pay, promotion, some personal experiences were not sustained. Due to the promised confidentiality of independent investigations, we have not and cannot share this report. But what we can share is that DST and I personally have embraced this experience and the findings of the report as opportunities to grow, improve, and evolve into a stronger organization. I genuinely apologize to our partners and to our supporters for the blemish these incidents left on our incredible organization and purpose.
Thank you, Eileen. Sorry, the timer went out, but thank you. And I hopefully you can stay on the meeting. If there are additional questions that come up later, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I wanted to support the caller before this lady regarding Laurel Place. It's been really bad. I have a granddaughter and a great-grandmother that live up on Robert Dollar Road. And the few times I have been there, there's a lot of speeding. And I'm worried about the homeless camp behind Boyd Park and up on Lincoln Avenue. I would like to see that removed immediately because of the fire danger. I'm also want to speak on behalf of the homeless and the mess and the aqueduct. I think that the city needs to get together with the county and find a single place for these tents to be. Most of these homeless people do not want the services. I've spoken with some people that are working with Lee Garner Park. And one of the things that came up at the city council was they had 37 referrals for housing, 21 of them refused it. So I would like to see the homeless camps cleaned up immediately. I was just recently downtown on Saturday, and 4th Street is a mess. I have never seen such dirty streets. There's a few shops that I go to, but I do most of my business now in downtown Nevada, which is a much cleaner place. But I was really, really disappointed on Saturday, just walking down on 4th Street. It's a mess, along with the homeless people screaming and their loud music. It's not very pleasant anymore. So I wish you the best of luck. I know I'm watching the building going up on Mill Street, and I know you have the building going on Kerner. But I really think that we really need to find a single source. The county needs to find a parking lot, a field to have these tents put there, because there's some people that just do not want housing. And there's a lot of.
Thank you so much. And we will, this night's agenda, we will be hearing a homeless report. So if there's additional input that you would like to give, do stay tuned, because we will be getting to that. So thank you for taking the time to call us.
Rita, I think you're next. Sorry, Janet.
Yeah, hi. No, it's Parker, Rita's husband. So I also live on Laurel Place, next to the caller 3 callers ago, and I appreciate what Jeanette is saying as well. I've lived there since 1996. I've never seen anything like it. I wrote an email last week to the SRPD, and I received a really prompt response, which I appreciated, where they said it's impossible for you guys to move the people that are there. I got little kids, 8 and 6, or I'm sorry, 10 and 8, and there's no way that I would ever let them go to that park. Is there something we can do as a local citizenry? If you guys can't move the camp, is there a way to patrol it around the park? Is there a way to, what can we do? I appreciate that your guys' hands are tied. Help us help you. How can we work together? This is an untenable situation that just seems to be getting worse and worse.
Thank you, Parker, and do stay tuned, because we will have a report on homelessness, and I think those are great questions of how the community can get involved and support the work that the city is doing. So thank you for offering that, and we look forward to that further discussion later this evening.
Brianna, you're next.
Just because you guys don't want to respond to Parker's, ladies don't want to respond to Parker's question, what can be done would be to completely stop all needle distributing services within San Rafael. That is why the homeless population has grown out of control, is because in San Rafael, we have a needle distribution. It's not an exchange. It's just a all you can take needle, tourniquet, oils, pipe, distribution service going on 24/7. So if we wanted to see things change, we wanted to see a cleaner city with less vagrants everywhere, then the best thing to do would be to put a halt to the Spark Center's needle distribution services in San Rafael.
Okay, thank you for calling in. And just to clarify, we actually can't comment on things that aren't on the agenda, but that's why I keep referring to the agenda later, because we will be able to comment then. So just to clarify. Yes.
Mayor Kate, I do not see anybody else on with raised hands, but I do have a comment that I'd like to read.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Husong, and I have lived in the downtown area of San Rafael for the past 20 years. My husband and I currently live in Laurel Place, which turns from Lincoln Avenue to Mission Avenue, in addition to ending adjacent to Boyd Park. We've had several dangerous incidences in our street in the past week to 10 days. Personally, we experienced a frightening attempted burglary on Memorial Weekend. A female neighbor also experienced a male randomly walking into her home, and most recently, a man was spotted sharpening an 8-inch knife blade on a stone while walking down the sidewalk of Laurel Place. In addition, our neighborhood has experienced car break-ins. The chain link fence between Laurel Place and Boyd Park was cut and compromised for people able to enter and exit the park directly from Laurel Place, and many mornings in the neighborhood, homeowners have experienced mailboxes found completely open with mail discarded on the street and or potentially stolen. Due to the fact that Laurel Place connects with Robert Dollar Drive, our neighborhood often experiences cars racing up and down the street at all times of the day and night, with especially heavy traffic on weekend evenings. My main concern is that Laurel Place has become a corridor between the people without housing that currently live under Highway 101 overpass and Boyd Park, and this is affecting the safety and once peaceful environment of Laurel Place and the neighborhood. As you very well know, San Rafael is facing some unique housing challenges due to the COVID pandemic. I feel that our neighborhood has been significantly impacted by this. At one time, the city of San Rafael hired Barbier Security Group to regularly patrol Boyd Park, and perhaps it's time to resume their services for the safety and security of our neighborhood and the larger community that utilizes and enjoys Boyd Park. Thank you for your time and consideration. And that is it.
Okay.
Do you see one more raised hand?
Okay.
You may go ahead and talk. Ann, it looks like.
You can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You had just read my comment that I stated earlier.
Oh,
so
okay.
I sent it in, and then in case there was any technical difficulties, and then I just read it as well. So sorry about that.
No worries. We are doing our best without our city clerk, and we'd rather read it twice than not read it at all. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Okay. Is there anybody else?
I did not see anybody else. And I did not see any additional comments.
Okay, so we will close the public comment period for the beginning, and we will turn it over to the city manager for his report.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and Council. I'm going to be also brief tonight with updates and announcements because we do have a long agenda this evening. And also because of several of the topics I usually provide an update on, such as homelessness or the city budget, are on our regular agenda tonight. So we'll be able to talk about them in detail. But I thought I would start with a brief COVID-19 update. As everyone knows, we finally made it to the yellow tier on the blueprint system. And then we expect to see the blueprint tier system go away altogether by June 15th. The most recent data had us in the yellow tier for the requisite 2 weeks. That's why we were able to move into yellow. And then earlier today, the county showed 77.5% of the population 12 and older who are fully vaccinated. That's with the second shot in 2 weeks in Marin. So that's great news. So we are starting to talk internally with staff about ending our proclamation of local emergency. That doesn't mean that we're done with the pandemic. There's still plenty of things that we're working on. There's mobile vaccinations, which are really important, and there's all sorts of other related things. But in terms of our city's emergency operations center itself, that's the thing that will be slowing down and closing when it comes to the pandemic response. And we'll be refocusing, shifting focus to planning for this summer and extreme heat, wildfire, PG&E power shutoffs, and things like that that we've seen in past years that we want to make sure we're ready for. So that will be shifting the Emergency Operations Center or EOC focus onto those things. We will be receiving, as we get closer to June 15th as well, more granular information about when should businesses such as offices require indoor masking, when it is required and not required. So we are following, and we'll make sure that we get out to our community information as that develops through our San Rafael is Resilient e-newsletter and also our social media and website. As it relates to things opening up, the community's probably noticed our libraries are now available for in-person service. All 3 public library locations, patrons are able to browse the collections, pick up holds. Pop-in visits are limited right now in time to 45 minutes. And public computing and printing are available during our open hours at downtown Pickleweed locations on a first come, first served basis with no appointments necessary. So we're transitioning. There's many different city departments. Some of them never closed, like our police department and fire departments. Some of them moved to more virtual type of service. So we're transitioning as we move into the yellow tier, and then as we leave the tier system altogether, for more kind of regular in-person open hours, still wanting to also maintain and rely on our virtual services that we put together and continue to improve them, because we want to make sure that we're offering the best services to our community. So we'll be adding more hours on to what you've seen, like for example, at the planning department, building department, parking services, those kind of locations. As we are able to add in more hours here in the yellow tier, and then when we hit June 15th. But we are going to continue to maintain and improve the 24/7 ways of reaching us, which are online and through the virtual services. Also, briefly, some have probably noticed that the County of Marin has on their agenda for tomorrow extension of the eviction moratorium. That was a residential eviction moratorium that was countywide through June 30th, the end of this month. And the county has on their agenda for the Board of Supervisors extending that eviction moratorium just in the unincorporated areas through September 30th of 2021. So I wanted to let people know that we also are planning an urgency ordinance on our city council agenda for your very next meeting, June 21st, to make sure that it happens in advance of the June 30th current expiration, so the city council can provide direction and take an action on extending, if the council wishes to extend that eviction moratorium in San Rafael. So that will be on our very next agenda. Lastly, just a quick reminder, we are still having the San Rafael Summer Market all summer long on every Thursday, starting at 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And Dining Under the Lights continues on Thursdays and Fridays from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I appreciate the time this evening for these quick updates and announcements, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you, City Manager Schutz. We hope to see you out there, our community out there under Dine Under the Lights Thursday and Friday, and the Farmers Market on Thursday. So thank you for that reminder. Now we have Councilmember Reports, which we actually have like 3 weeks in between meetings. So maybe we just do top line, what you did would be good. And I'll start with you, Vice Mayor.
Top line, the new library committee held the final meeting of the planning group for putting together the conceptual plan for the Albert Park option. We completed that. That'll be coming to the council in the next couple of months. The San Rafael Sanitation District meeting was last week. We agreed to review our reserve policy, and in light of that, we paused the adoption of a new increase to our connection fee. And that's it.
Thank you. That was good and succinct. Councilmember Kurtz.
All right, my top line.
The Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, we hit a big milestone this last week of approving the budget for next year as well as the work plan. Huge thanks to Chief White and Quinn Gardner for the work on that. It is in draft form, or not really draft form, approved form, but lots of details. Do not print it out. It's over 1,000 pages. But we are going to be packaging that for the community and for the councils so everyone can see what will be happening for San Rafael. The multiple discussions about homelessness, we'll be covering that later tonight, so stay tuned. And the San Rafael Art Advisory Council met, and great progress happening there with art projects. The project for the Canal District, I think should be underway right now. Hopefully that's moving forward. And also there's progress happening with the Terra Linda art project. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Micah.
Good evening, everybody. I'll go super fast. So I will start saying that I was volunteering on May 19th in the rental assistance event organized by the County of Marin. There were like 2 different events at the Civic Center with some of the partners, and I'm very happy that we are looking into extending the moratorium because it is going to take a while to distribute all the funding that is available to all the residents. So I attended the Marin Clean Energy Board meeting, and I will leave it at that. Also, the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council members around Climate Action Committee, and there was an update on the new initiative from the county, the Drawdown Marin Initiative, which they are going to nonprofit, and also they were talking about the upcoming Resilient Neighborhood workshop. So if you haven't done it, you should do it because it's really good for you and also for our community. They are they are already booked for the new workshop that starts this Wednesday, but they still have spots available on June 17th. That's resilientneighborhoods.org. Participated also in the Canal Outbreak Response Team around COVID is looking really good, and the Canal Policy Working Group. And I'll finish saying that I also wear orange to really, really support gun control and really appreciate the efforts that we are having right now with our mayor and also the County of Marin. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep mine very top line. In the last meeting of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members, that is a lot of words, met on May 26th. I submitted a letter of interest to be considered for the role of alternate representative to the Association of Area Governments Executive Board. I was ultimately selected, so I will be the alternate to Mayor Pat Eklund representing Marin cities, also attended by our county supervisor, Moulton Peters. Alternate is Supervisor Connolly. So ultimately, I would not be in position to vote, but would be ready if Mayor Pat Eklund was unable to attend. So I'll be paying very close attention as there are many important items this year, not the least of which is RENA. And so I will be representing with Mayor Pat Eklund on that team. Thank you.
Thank you. And being that it has been 3 weeks since we've met, I attended 2 SMART meetings, the Sonoma Marin Area Rapid Transit, as well as 2 Marin Transit. It's the time of budgets. So if that is of interest to you, do go to their websites. That is what has been discussed. In terms of the MCCMC, which is the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members, actually at the last meeting, Councilmember Kurtz was selected by the organization to be one of the representatives to the Homeless Policy Steering Committee, for short, HPSC, which is it's a federally mandated committee that is at the county level. So we're very grateful to Councilmember Kurtz. Will be representing MCCMC and San Rafael at that table. In addition, it's also the time that people are saying, hey, come Mayor Kate and talk to us about what's going on in the city. I was able to speak at Dominican, I spoke at the Rotary, and the best, I don't want to say the best, but it really was great. The Chamber of Commerce had their Leadership Institute graduation. I was able to speak at that, and I have to give a shout out to Thomas Wong and Ali Judici, who are the ones running tonight's meeting, as they are now both graduates of the Leadership Institute, which is a big lift. That is not a one-time thing. That's a 9-month, 12-month commitment. So congratulations to both of them. So with that, we will finish Councilmember reports and bring on Director Judici, who will help us with the consent calendar. And while she comes online, are there any items of my colleagues who would like to hold an item from the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. I will open public comment on any of the items on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Again, I just want to remind everyone that if you wish to comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you're commenting by phone, you can press *9 and you will be unmuted and invited to participate. If you're participating by YouTube Live, you may submit comments. Don't forget to write in public comment in capital letters prior to your message. And then that way I will know to read it into the record. And then just as a reminder, each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak. Let me go ahead and give about 10 seconds here. I don't see anyone on the raising their hand. Oh, I see somebody there. Karen, you may go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Karen Strolia. I'm the Senior Director of Downtown Streets team in the North Bay. And I'd like to take a moment to highlight the impact that we've made in San Rafael over the past year. And all of this, let me remind you, has taken place during a global pandemic. Just to name a few stats, we have housed 7 individuals this year, and we've got 6 individuals who have vouchers and are actively searching for a place to call home. We've helped our team members remove over 500 plus barriers from medical connections to housing placements, legal support, and barriers to employment. And to take a deeper dive into employment, 7 individuals have secured jobs, which we don't count until they've held for over 90 days. And this is great, but we really like to celebrate the effort that went into those successes, such as submitting 42 cover letters and resumes, 14 job interviews, and all of those during a pandemic when several of our colleagues, our housed and unhoused, were losing jobs. Additionally, our team members have removed over 130 gallons of debris from our downtown corridor and our canal neighborhood, as well as more than 225 needles from our city streets. Not only do we measure these data points, but we also ensure that our team members are happy and feeling fulfilled while they're part of our DST community by offering an anonymous survey every month. And with that, our survey results indicate that 100% of our team members have improved self-esteem and self-worth. 78% have reduced interactions with law enforcement since joining the team. 78% have also sought out and or remained in treatment for mental health or substance use. 95% of our team members feel respected and heard by staff. We're extremely proud of the work that we have accomplished in Marin and especially in San Rafael. And we thank you for this continued partnership. We're really looking forward to the anticipated impact we'll see in this next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Go ahead and unmute yourself. If your phone number ends with 0648, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll want to press *6. Not seeing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe they can also give input through the chat or through Facebook. Okay.
And I do see one more hand here.
Okay.
Zoe?
Hi there. My name is Zoe Neal, and I'm the project manager here.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, Zoe. You got I don't know.
But,
Wait, start over. Zoe, can you start over? It was a weird mute that happened right when you started speaking. Can you start over?
Sorry, Zoe, are you there?
I am still here. Sorry about that. I am the project manager for Downtown Streets team in San Rafael. I wanted to echo what Karen said, even though we've all been in a global pandemic this year, and we've had to pivot, as many people have said this year, in many directions. This past fiscal year, we've been able to also expand our shower program, which we did when a lot of things were seeming to be shut down, especially for unhoused neighbors. We actually ramped up shower services. We also have been ramping up our outreach engagement, especially under the aqueduct as well as Boyd Park. We were able to hire on 2 new folks who are out there every single day building those relationships, and they have been doing such an incredible job that we have been seeing folks who have been in our system of care for years and years who are now finally saying, you know what, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to start working on housing, and they're on a pathway. You know, it takes a village, and it takes a long time to get folks to trust our systems again. And we're actually being able to see it happen every single day. People are signing on to get assessed for housing, and that's a huge success for us. We also helped quite a bit with coordinating our vaccines these past couple months, especially in all encampments in the county. So that was a huge win for us as well. And then I know Karen spoke on our work experience program, which is our heart and soul of everything that we do. But with this next fiscal year, we are planning on moving an entire team into the canal area, where right now we're really only able to do bits and pieces. So we're really excited to see the impact that we can do there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe, and thank you for your patience as we figured out the technical muting, whatever was going on. Okay. Anyone else? Director Giudice.
I do not see anyone right now, but I do have a comment that I'd like to read.
Okay.
My name is Brad Gaffney. I oppose the Downtown Streets team contract because San Rafael has not presented adequate provisions for oversight and auditing of deliverables. My name is Brianna Kennedy. This is the next comment. My name is Brianna Kennedy. I oppose renewing the Downtown Streets team's contract for the following reasons. Downtown Streets incentivizes vagrancy in downtown San Rafael. In 2019, 5 Bay Area cities announced that they would look into allegations of sexual harassment and toxic workplace culture in the Downtown Streets team. San Rafael has one of the cities, looks like they're still typing.
So are they done?
Looks like they're still typing. We'll just, if it's okay to give them just a few more seconds.
Okay.
San Rafael was one of the cities provided a redacted copy of the report on the outside investigation it had commissioned. San Rafael should also demand transparency from Downtown Streets team before renewing their contract. I believe that's it.
Okay. Is there any additional?
I think that's it, and I do not see any additional raised hands. Oh, see one more raised hand here.
Okay.
Karen, you may talk.
Hi, this is Karen Strolia, the Senior Director of Downtown Streets team again.
Wait, Karen, did you just speak on this?
I did.
Yeah, so you get 2 minutes and you already spoke. So,
all right.
Yes, I apologize. If there's something that is relevant when the homeless report comes through later today, absolutely, you'll get additional time to speak to the issue then.
And I do not see any other hands at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Director Giudice. So I'll bring it back to the council and request a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Could I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Bushy,
Aye.
Councilmember Hill,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Aye.
Councilmember Jorens Galati,
Aye.
and Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And again, thank you so much, Director Giudice, for helping with the public comment. You know, it's important that we hear from our community, and I appreciate everyone's patience. You know, we'll make it work. We will make it work. Okay, so the next item, it is my pleasure. It's the special presentation that I had mentioned during my mayoral comments. And as I understand it, we will have Lynn Murphy, who is with the San Rafael Police, receive this proclamation. So if she wants to turn on her camera while I read. Okay, and just so you know, both of this proclamation and the Juneteenth are really, really long. So I am reading just portions of it. And what I'm hoping is that Thomas Wong, who is so good at figuring out the technical stuff, can put links to both of these proclamations so people can read them. They are fabulous and have a lot of good information in them. So City of San Rafael, this is a proclamation recognizing June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus, otherwise known as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Whereas the City of San Rafael recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2021 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus Pride Month. And the City of San Rafael has a diverse LGBTQ plus community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in our community. And whereas, because of the acts of courage of the millions who came out and spoke out to demand justice, and of those who quietly toiled and pushed for progress, our country has made great strides in recognizing what these brave individuals long knew to be true in their hearts, that no person should be judged by anything but the content of their character. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the City of San Rafael recognize June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and in the City of San Rafael to inspire equity, create alliances, celebrate diversity, and establish safe environments in our schools and communities throughout the city. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of San Rafael fully supports the rights, the freedoms, and equal treatment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people. And to unequivocally show this support, we direct staff to fly the Progress Pride flag at City Hall from the 8th, which is today, to the 30th, or maybe it's tomorrow to the 30th of June in the year 2021. And this will be the first time that the flag has been flown at City Hall in San Rafael. And be it further resolved that the City of Council and of the City of San Rafael direct staff to update the existing flag protocol policy to incorporate new guidelines regarding the flying of ceremonial flags. So with that, I will turn it over to Lynn Murphy. The virtual Zoom room is yours.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kate, and thank you to the City Council. It is an honor to accept this proclamation. And I am a proud member of the San Rafael Police Department, as well as a proud member of the LGBTQ community here in Marin. I am proud to work in a city that recognizes and honors the diversity of its members, particularly the LGBTQ community during Pride Month, June. I know that when I was growing up as a teenager, had I known that my hometown embraced and recognized who I was as a gay teenager, I would have felt a whole lot better during those already challenging teen years. It makes me so happy that San Rafael's youth will be able to drive by our City Hall and see the rainbow flag displayed proudly. We will never know the positive impact that this will make, but I can assure you that it makes a difference to me and many others in our community. So, without further ado, happy Pride.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for accepting it and for sharing those incredibly personal words. I think it reminds us that we take actions, but it resonates in our community in a heartfelt way. And that is really why we do this work, because we believe in being an inclusive community. So thank you. And to the folks who had emailed us, both myself and the city council, thank you for reaching out to us. And hopefully there'll be lots of selfies in front of the flag during the month of June. Hope to see that on Instagram. So thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation is for Juneteenth. Antoinette Bullock will be receiving this one. I'll give her a moment to come on board. There she is. So I'm going to read it and then I will turn it over to you, Antoinette. So tonight, the city of San Rafael has a proclamation commemorating Juneteenth. It is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. And it is a day, a week, and in some areas a month, marked with celebrations, speakers, picnics, and family gatherings. And whereas in cities across our country, people of all races, nationalities, and religions are joining hands to truthfully acknowledge a period in our history that has shaped and continues to influence the current state of our nation and society. And whereas we acknowledge that this vibrancy, depth, and value has often been marginalized and underserved, and that we utilize this moment to commit to the implementation and valuation of racial equity in the city of San Rafael. And whereas we call upon the people of the city of San Rafael to eliminate prejudice, to celebrate the great diversity of the American people and the extraordinary contributions of African Americans, to look upon the current state of our nation as an opportunity for change that brings about racial equity through the work of radical imagination, intention, purpose, and continued work towards the eradication of prejudice, racism, and injustice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that every June 19th is recognized annually in the city of San Rafael as a celebration of the emancipation of enslaved persons in the United States, and the city reaffirms its commitment to the safeguarding of civil rights, safety, and dignity of African Americans. And again, their entire proclamation, hopefully there'll be a link in the chat. There's a lot more good stuff in there, but I will turn it over to you, Antoinette, for further comments. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Mary Kate and City Council for inviting me to speak here today at this month's City Council meeting. I've worked for the San Rafael Police Department for about 18 years now as a 911 dispatcher and a community service officer. And our nation is getting ready to celebrate Independence Day next month. And as I take a moment to reflect on the words that resonate with all of us, according to the Declaration of Independence, dated July 4th, 1776, that all men are created equal, that wasn't necessarily true for African Americans to almost 90 years later. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued, by President Abraham Lincoln, January 1st, 1863, but it wasn't until 2.5 years later, June 19th, 1865, when the federal troops came to Galveston, Texas, to enforce the law of the abolishment of slavery. This date in history commemorates what we now know as Juneteenth. Celebrating Juneteenth is a time to rejoice in fellowship, spirituality, good food, and music, and so much more. But it is also a time of remembrance of the pain and struggle and the resilience of our ancestors. I'm proud to be a part of this resolution today, not only because what it means to me as an African-American woman, but that the city of San Rafael, and I'm hoping just people all around the world, continue to acknowledge Black history as our American history. Thank you so much today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Those are great comments. And I'm just sorry we're not all in a room that we can be shaking hands and we'd have cake. We always have cake for these inclusive moments. So when we are all reconvening again, we are going to eat so much cake because we're going to be celebrating.
And hopefully, and Mary Kate, real quick, hopefully next year when, the world returns, hopefully back to some sort of normalcy, we can definitely celebrate Juneteenth how it's done in person, with a festival, with music, with fun, with entertainment, how it's supposed to be,
I love that. I love that vision. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of receiving the proclamation. Thank you, Antoinette. Okay. So we said that this This council meeting has lots of good stuff and it's going to start right now or keep going right now. We've already had 2 great presentations. We are going to turn to a public hearing of TEFRA. I don't know what that stands for. So the first thing you'll have to do is explain that acronym for everybody. The TEFRA public hearing for tax-exempt financing, 855 C Street. So I am turning it over to Lisa Goldstein. I see that you're here.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. TEFRA stands for the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. And we're here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to TEFRA. TEFRA requires that the public hearing be held by a governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approves the proposed financing. The project to be financed tonight is the Centertown Apartments, a 60-unit multifamily residential rental development located at 855 C Street. 100% of the units in the Centertown Apartments are affordable to households qualifying in the low income and extremely low income categories. The property is owned by the City of Santa Fe, but is leased on a long-term basis to Centertown 2 LLC, a nonprofit operated by Bridge Housing Corporation. Bridge Housing has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $20 million for a project to rehabilitate the Centertown Apartments. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. As I noted, TEFRA requires a public hearing and approval of the financing by the City Council. However, the debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower. The City of Santa Fe will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt, and the city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the debt. Staff recommends that following the public hearing, the City Council adopt the resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the CMFA for the benefit of the borrower in order to satisfy the requirements of TEFRA and the requirements of the CMFA. And that concludes my report, Mayor Kate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much and appreciate the acronym explanation. That's always important. So Vice Mayor Bushy, do you have any questions? Okay, Councilmember Micah.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hill, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one question that I came across in the report mentioned water intrusion is one of the items that needs to be remediated. Can someone elaborate a little bit further on what water intrusion means in this instance?
Councilmember Hill, I think we have one of the representative from Bridge Housing. I'm just looking for Sarah.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Oh, you can. Okay. Good evening. Hi.
Hi. You could help
yes.
answering that would be great.
Yes, I can give a quick answer. So Centertown was, built in the 90s, and I think that there are a whole host of waterproofing issues with multifamily communities of that vintage, and so Centertown has like top of podium open space, and I think with the constructability issues associated with its its history as a failed condo project, the podium structure was partially built. We incorporated it into our development program. And I think something with that just wasn't done properly as we were trying to salvage that podium. So what was happening was, with the deck coating at top of podium, there was some water intrusion issues from top of podium into the parking garage area. And we've kind of been addressing it piecemeal over the years, but Centertown's been in operation now for about 35 years, and it's not undergone like a re-syndication effort before. So this is really, a great opportunity. We have a good budget, and we're going to completely restucco the building, and it gives us an opportunity to have enough capital to really, get that scope of work right. And then we'll also be doing like exterior, more, restuccoing, and then doing, window and door replacements. And some of the balconies have some waterproofing issues. So we'll get an opportunity to cure all of that and give it, completely new life of service for the community. It's a really great asset for the city. And so we're looking forward to doing the rehab.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so with that, I will open the public comment. So Director Judici, you have lots of hats on, I know, tonight. If you could open the public comment, that would be great.
Okay, I'll go ahead and if you want to comment on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand by using the raise hand feature. If you want to comment by phone, go ahead and press *9 now, and you'll get invited to speak. When you do get invited to speak, you'll press *6 to unmute yourself. And then if you want to comment on YouTube live chat, don't forget to type in public comment in all caps prior to your message so that I know to read that into the record. And I don't see any comments. And I don't see anything in chat at this point. Mayor Kate, I also, one of the requirements for this item is that the city provide a toll-free number for those wishing to make a comment using the toll-free number. So I'll go ahead and call that now. And while I do that, I'll look to see if there's.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You are helping people around the world communicate for free. Please announce yourself.
Allie Judici. Hello? I do not hear anybody on the other line. I do not hear anybody, Mayor Kate.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that step. And there are any, and no other raised hands? So
no other raised hands, and I do not see any comments on the chat.
Okay, so I am closing the public comment. There were no questions that were raised. So unless there are additional comments or questions, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Adopt the resolution approving issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the purpose of providing financing for a residential rental housing project known as Centertown Apartments at 855 C Street, pursuant to the Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1982.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Wait, you're on mute, but we knew what you said.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan Sculati.
Aye.
And Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Lisa, for bringing that to us. We will now go to the next agenda item, homelessness. We know that we're going to receive more comments on that, and we appreciate the community for tuning in tonight. And I'm going to turn it over to either City Manager Schutz or Director Andrew Henning.
I'm going to start us off tonight, Mayor Kate. And I know I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Henning, and I believe Police Chief Spiller has some comments, and I think there are others that are available if you have specific questions. But I just wanted to acknowledge that this is likely to be Andrew Henning's last presentation with the San Rafael City Council on behalf of the city. Andrew started working for the city in early 2016 and was going to stay for 3 years, but he ended up being here for more than 5 years, which we've benefited from. He'll be working with us just through this month, and then we'll stay involved in Opening Doors Marin and also take on other new challenges around the Bay Area. So Andrew's going to talk about the partnerships that have been built over these past 5 years and why, if there's been so many improvements to how all the service providers in the County of Marin are approaching homelessness, why we're seeing more encampments and an increase in homelessness right now. I want to thank Andrew for the role he's played in helping to build those partnerships with the county and service providers and in our community and others. This is certainly one topic where any one jurisdiction cannot solve it on their own. We need all of these other partners to be working with us. The County of Marin, through that's where the local government function of Health and Human Services resides, and also the Housing Authority resides with the County of Marin, and those are such absolutely crucial partners to be able to work on homelessness. In addition, we need state and federal programs, and most importantly, state and federal funds to go into programs, and our business and residential community working together. So I'll turn it over to Andrew to cover some important milestones and what actions we're taking right now to help people resolve their homelessness and address the impacts of homelessness in San Rafael.
Awesome. Thank you, Jim. And good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. It looks like I might need access to screen sharing. So as that's happening, I just wanted to say, as Jim said, it is a bit with a heavy heart that this is likely my last presentation, and it is hard to believe. I never anticipated working in government. And so now that I've been in government for 5 years, I can honestly say it's been an incredible experience, and I've loved every minute of being with the city. And I think one thing that's important to remember is that even though I've held this role of director of homeless planning and outreach, we did a survey early on with the city that looked at across the entire organization how staff members were impacted by homelessness. And over 50% of San Rafael staff is in some way impacted by homelessness, whether it's people in the library or our public parks, certainly the police department, the fire department, public works helping with cleanup and things like that. So it really is an issue that touches all of the city, even though the city itself is not a historic social service agency. And I think that's the other piece of the collaboration is that over the last 5 years, it hasn't just been me, it's been many people involved with the city, but really expanding that collaboration to include the county, our local service providers and other jurisdictions. That's really why I've taken to saying not necessarily ending homelessness in San Rafael, but really a collaborative approach for ending homelessness across the entire county. So with that, some of you have heard some of this material before, but I definitely, for the benefit of people that might not have heard this before, just give the context of what's really taken place over the last 5 years.
Andrew, I'm going to interrupt for a second. It says you're sharing your screen, but I just see a black screen.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So I thought I wasn't sure if you were worried with something and wanted to stop you before you got too deep.
Okay. So, I will try again. Let's see if this works. How about now?
I don't see it.
Oh, still nothing.
No, the others don't see it either.
Oh, okay.
So is it
a first?
Okay, I know it is a first, and it's, you know what? We knew that we were going to have to roll with it without our city clerk support. So is it possible for you to maybe email that? And you can start on the presentation, but maybe email it to either Thomas or to Thomas, and he could click through.
Yes, if it's okay to just take a second to do that.
I think so, because I think that this type of information is very dense. I find that having your images just helps you get the information across to folks. So yeah, so we'll take a moment.
Yeah, let me do that. I'll just pause for a second while I do that.
Yeah. And I think once you do that, you can start speaking to it, and then you can just catch up on the slides once it's...
Sounds good, yeah.
Thomas gets it rolling.
I will tell everyone a brief warning while I'm doing this, which is that given just the nature of all of our remote meetings, I bought one of those camera covers like 2 weeks ago, and I put it on my screen. And then last week I held my computer and cracked my computer screen, which was a very unplanned and expensive fix. And so I'm on a different computer, so I think that might be what's going on. But let me send this here to Thomas.
The rest of us just used duct tape when we were like covering the camera cover, so you know.
That is the way to go. 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 That is the way to Okay, let's see. Okay, so I just sent a link, Thomas, to you to hopefully be able to download the slides. So let me see.
Why don't you start? And I know he'll.
Okay, sounds
he'll
good.
make it work.
Okay. So, so the first part of the presentation was really just, again, background of how we got here. And I think what's really key, and there's a lot more background that I know I've shared historically in some of the slides here, but really, if we were to go back 5 years ago, I think what's important to remember is that there was a lot of community concern and a lot of frustration about homelessness, particularly in our downtown. And at that point, our local stakeholders, the city, the county, our local providers, we hit a real inflection point where we thought that, we've been trying to figure out internally to our community for a long time how to improve the situation, and it just wasn't improving. And so we started to look outside of San Rafael, outside of Marin County, for possible solutions of what we could do differently. And we went up to Sonoma County, we went to the East Bay, we went down to the peninsula. And along our various journeys and trips, we discovered a program in San Mateo called the Homeless Outreach Team, or the HOT program. And basically, when we described the situation that we were dealing with in San Rafael, which is that when we really took a step back and took a look, it wasn't that everyone experiencing homelessness was causing challenges or an impact in the community. Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I think I'm on like slide 4. It was really that there was a small group of people that were having a very high impact. And if you go to the next slide, as we conveyed this story to the folks in San Mateo, what we heard from them is that they had actually had a very similar experience in downtown San Mateo 5 years before that. So this is like 2010, where they too had a group of very high needs, vulnerable people that were in their downtown, and they were in the same dilemma that we had been in. And what they told us is that they had come up with a kind of a creative way of dealing with this, in the sense that the city convened all the local stakeholders and providers. I got everyone together, and they came up with a by name list of the most visible, vulnerable people that were homeless in downtown San Mateo. And they basically challenged the local service providers to say, this is a group of people that the city, through law enforcement, EMS, that we're contacting all the time. Why can we not get these folks housed? And that became the core operating principle of their system of care. And what was amazing is that by the time we met them in 2015, 2016, they had virtually ended chronic homelessness in downtown San Mateo. And so given what we learned from them, it felt like this could actually be a really good program or strategy for us. And so, Thomas, if you go to the next slide, in 2016, in fact, March of 2016, we actually kicked off a local version of this program in San Rafael, our San Rafael HOT team. And for the next 18 months, the city, the county, local service providers met on a biweekly basis and did the exact same thing. We had a list of the most visible, vulnerable, chronically homeless people in downtown San Rafael, and we worked diligently on trying to get them housed. And going to the next slide, what we realized was that the key to this, and it was something that we've been doing a little bit in Marin, but not really at scale, was something called housing first. And in a lot of communities, the typical approach to homelessness is that people who are homeless are navigated through a maze of different programs, whether it be shelter or different programs and services. And the last step is permanent housing. What we came to learn, and what the data has proven again and again all across the country, is that the most effective way to help people end their homelessness is to actually get them straight into permanent housing first, and then work on the wraparound reasons that might have caused their homelessness in the first place. And so going to the next slide, over those first 18 months, we ended up housing 23 of the most visible, vulnerable, chronically homeless people in downtown San Rafael. And there were some people that we felt like we could have never ended their homelessness, and we were successfully able to do so. And so on October 1st of 2017, this strategy of focusing on chronic homelessness, the by name list, housing first, this became our county-wide strategy for addressing homelessness. And as you can see on the slide here, from 2017 to 2019, Marin County actually saw a 28% reduction in chronic homelessness, which was pretty amazing when you consider that over that same period of time, communities across both the region and the state were seeing in some cases double-digit increases in homelessness. And I think I had a slide at the beginning that you didn't see, but in 2015, 2016, we would have packed house city council meetings spilling out into the hallway. And in 2019, it was hard to fill 20 people into a room to talk about homelessness, to be honest with you. And I think part of that was because our hypothesis was paying off. We were really focused on people that were, again, visible, vulnerable, and high needs. We were getting them housed. And I think that impact was very visible in the community. But then over the past 2 years or so, a lot of things around homelessness have begun to change. And as Jim said, that has affected our ability, or at least I think the visibility of the success of the strategy. So Thomas, if you go forward, the first big thing was just the evolving judicial framework of how we do our work. And so some people in the community might have heard of this case called Martin v. Boise. But basically what it was a court case that began in Boise, Idaho, where a group of people experiencing homelessness had been staying at a local city park. And then the city had moved them or tried to move them along for sleeping outside in that park. And then those individuals ended up suing the city. And so what has happened in the wake of Martin v. Boise is that it's raised a number of questions about how cities can respond to unsheltered homelessness if there is not sufficient shelter housing in place. And for a state like California, which has, I think, the lowest shelter rate in the entire country, only about 30% of people that are looking for shelter are able to access it in California. And that's true in almost all of the counties. This has raised major questions. And I think one of the gray areas with Martin v. Boise is that, is it about sleep, being able to sleep at night in public spaces? Or is it about being able to set up these long-term encampment type structures because that could be seen as something else? So I think that's something where over the coming months and years, this will be further refined of what it fully means. But this has been a major impact. The next slide is obviously COVID-19 and the pandemic. So based on and Thomas, if you want to go forward. So from COVID in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, like I said earlier, people experiencing homelessness are just inherently vulnerable to disease or other illnesses that for most people that are housed, we take for granted. And a big part of that is that, part of our strategy over time has been trying to get those people into housing to prevent people from suffering an early death or illness. And the COVID guidelines from the CDC early on basically said, in order to prevent the spread of COVID, communities should refrain from breaking up homeless encampments or doing anything to shift people experiencing unsheltered homelessness around the community. And so based on that guidance from the CDC, what we've seen in communities both as close as Sausalito, Santa Cruz, other communities in the state, is that rather than ruling on the Martin v. Boise ruling or using that precedent, the courts have actually been issuing injunctions to communities from moving homeless encampments based on that public health guidance. And so that has been a further complicating factor in how we're have been able to respond to homelessness over the past year and a half. And then that leads into the next slide, which is that, the city of San Rafael, Caltrans, the county, we're all players in this. There are many government agencies that are involved in the response to homelessness. And what can be hard is that we each have our own unique way of looking at these factors that I just described. And so that has further complicated things so that for community members that are, for example, seeing encampment activity under the 101 viaduct, even though I think to the public, they're just looking to government to step up and solve the problem, the reality is that it's complicated by having these different jurisdictions at the table and how they are interpreting and working within these guidelines. So these four factors, I think, have been major contributors to some of what we're seeing. And basically, this has led to kind of two ironies, if you will. And Thomas, you can go to the next slide. The first irony is that, moving through the next few, is that we continue to have a lot of success around our core strategy of trying to end chronic homelessness. It's very difficult for me to accurately update these slides because every few weeks, the numbers are improving. Since October 1st of 2017 to the end of last month, we have housed 339 chronically homeless people from across the county, many of them from San Rafael. And as you can see from this slide, and this first number has changed slightly down to just 94%, but 94% of those folks that we've housed are still housed. And the other two numbers that you see here are from San Rafael, from people that were homeless in San Rafael prior to housing and then the result afterwards. And you can see that for people that we've housed, we've seen a major reduction in police calls as well as EMS transports for folks that have been housed, which again was our kind of original hypothesis of focusing on chronic homelessness. But at the same time, moving forward in the slides, as I mentioned, to the public, we hear almost every day about some of the biggest encampments that the community's ever seen. And at least as long as I've been in San Rafael, these have been some of the biggest encampments that we've ever seen. The 101 Viaduct certainly comes to mind. And as we click through here, year over year, we've seen a 100% increase in police calls for service to this area. We've also seen a 100% or approximately 100% increase in fire and EMS calls for service over the last year to this viaduct area. And beyond simply the viaduct, we know that there's encampment activity across the city. And we heard some of this in the public comments earlier. And there is a major concern about vegetation fires emerging from encampments. And this has historically been something that's happened. And there's even been such an incident this year. So this combination of factors, even though we're having success, and Thomas, if you go to the next slide, this kind of sums it up. Even though we've been having success, that success from the current strategy is not easy to see. And what is easy to see is the encampments. And so I think that's understandably causing a lot of concern. And I just want to acknowledge at this point in the presentation that, really trying to empathize with all perspectives on this. There are folks that are obviously very concerned about the living conditions for people that are in these encampments to make sure that they're on a path to getting connected to services and housing. And then there's also obviously a lot of concern from the community for neighbors, for businesses that might be near these encampments or in these fire-prone areas. And so, across the entire city, all the different stakeholder groups that are involved with this issue, it's just really challenging. And I just want to acknowledge that. At the same time, and moving to irony number 2, I think it's important to call out this next insight, which is that using the best data that we have, just 15% of people experiencing homelessness in Marin County are actually in tent encampments. And beyond that, I think what's particularly interesting is that, at least for what we've seen in San Rafael, 90% plus of the people that are in encampments are chronically homeless. And so I think the key question, and going to the next slide, is what is the disconnect? Why isn't our existing system delivering for these folks? And part of it is the way that we've constructed, going to the next slide, what we call Marin's coordinated entry system. And coordinated entry is basically the name of the system that we're using for our housing placements. And going to the next slide, to really oversimplify what is a very complex process, we kind of have this 3-legged stool model that we use to describe our approach. First, building off the HOT team and the homeless outreach team that I mentioned earlier, is this by name list approach. So really trying to find people that are chronically homeless and people that are really in need of help. The next is providing housing first services. And then the last piece has been primarily providing actually scattered site housing vouchers with the support of local landlords to get people housed. And at this point, I just wanted to pause and add that in addition to all of our work around chronic homelessness, coordinated entry is both about trying to prioritize housing placements, but it's also about right-sizing housing placements. And beyond our work around coordinated entry and chronic homelessness, we are helping many households, families, individuals with other types of interventions. So for example, I know it was mentioned earlier, but there's been a lot of money funneling both locally and from the state for rental assistance for people that have fallen behind during the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe the number of households that have been supported is now over 2,000. And there's definitely more work that needs to be done there. But just so the council knows and the public knows, beyond what we're doing with chronic homelessness, there is a lot of effort to also support people and prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place, or also rapidly rehousing people that might not be chronically homeless yet, but could go down that path if they didn't get another intervention. But returning to chronic homelessness and this slide, what's important over the past few years is that essentially what's happened is that we have cobbled together, if you were to imagine everyone experiencing chronic homelessness in our community, we have cobbled together both vouchers and services as we could, whether it be for healthcare or for veterans or for behavioral health. As these resources become available, we have been trying to then connect them with people that are chronically homeless as appropriate. And so we've made a lot of progress, but there's still work that needs to be done. So this is just so people understand the complexity of stitching together these different resources to serve people that are experiencing chronic homelessness. So with that as background, what can we do? And staff is basically recommending sort of a 3-phased approach, with phase 2 being comprised of phase 2A and 2B. So for phase 1, and this is really immediate, and this has been happening already over the past year, and is still moving forward, and hopefully in partnership with the county. But the first is really to further leverage existing beds. So one of the folks that called in earlier mentioned this, but Homeward Bound and Marin operates the Mill Street Shelter in San Rafael. That is really the gateway to Marin's shelter system. And so Mill Street is actually in the process of being rebuilt. And this is something that the city of San Rafael has been in support of, has been approved, contributed funding to. But the idea for anyone that's not aware of this project is that the Mill Street shelter has been currently demolished and is being rebuilt to include that shelter, plus an additional 32 units of permanent supportive housing. So the city and all of our partners, certainly Homeward Bound, are committed to trying to create more permanent supportive housing. Going to the next slide, what's happened in addition to that over the past year is that because of funding from the state, both through something called Project Room Key, which is for temporary shelter, as well as Project Home Key, which is for permanent housing, Homeward Bound has been able to relocate the shelter capacity from Mill Street to our Home Key site, which is 3301 Kerner in East San Rafael, and that's been able to continue to provide shelter support. The county is also operating Project Room Key. And so in terms of this phase 1 immediate approach, is to continue to try to work with the county and our providers to find available beds and to get people actually into those beds as quickly as possible to help them transition out of these various unsheltered situations. So that's phase 1. Phase 2, phase 2A, I should say, is something that we're calling city-funded case management. So this is really exciting, honestly, and it's a bit unprecedented. And so I wanted just to take a step to acknowledge that this has been, many weeks and months in the making of trying to bring together different cities and towns throughout the county to talk about this concept. So one thing that, I think a lot of people maybe don't recognize is that in Marin County, 70% of people experiencing homelessness are actually outside of San Rafael. Using the point in time count, which is done every odd year in January, we found that historically, we found that in 2019. And even this year, even though the full point in time count was not conducted, a vehicle count was conducted of people that were living in their vehicles across the county. Yet again, we found that 70% plus of people that are homeless in Marin County are outside of San Rafael. This is truly a regional issue. And as I said at the beginning, one of the big things that we've been doing the past few years is trying to bring other cities and towns to the table, and also to partner with the county. And so the proposed idea here, you can see summer of 2021, is we want to try to stand this up very quickly, is to supplement and complement that existing portfolio of services and housing opportunities that I mentioned earlier. So Thomas, if you go to the next slide, the idea would basically be that all the cities and towns in Marin County would chip in funding to a shared pool of funding that would be able to help us bring on more housing first case managers. And this would be an incredible opportunity for us to further supercharge our existing coordinated entry system. And the idea is really that by having city and town funded case management, we could look at, by still looking at this chronic homeless community, we could look at maybe different criteria for how we might look at housing or service prioritization. So looking at perhaps high city service utilizers as an example. So this is something that is being developed and is in motion. And the next item on the agenda, which I know is part of this discussion, is to allow the city manager to continue to negotiate an agreement with the county to consider this opportunity. And for what it's worth, tomorrow night, the city of Novato is also considering a similar resolution. And that would then be hopefully complemented by other jurisdictions following suit later this month. So this is, again, it's hard like on Zoom to emphasize how big of a deal this would be, but I think this could be a really incredible opportunity to help a lot of people. And that leads us to phase 2B. And so this would also be a new effort by the city. And I think it's something that, again, historically, we have not seen ourselves as a social service provider, but this is something that really, given the urgency of the moment, feels like it's something that we need to explore and consider piloting. And that is the idea, again, which is something that came up earlier during the public comment, the idea of safe camping or a safe sleeping area. So as you can see here, and as people might have seen in media across the region and across the state, many communities are now looking at and have already implemented these safe sleeping sites. And I think what's important is that even though obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there have been a lot of challenges with the encampments, it's also undeniable that the encampments do create kind of a de facto informal community for people that are in them. And it's also made it a lot easier for our service providers to be able to find people that historically have been really hard to find. And that's made it, that's been a factor in contributing to their long-term homelessness, is that we've not been able to engage with them in a meaningful way. And so I wanted to put this forward in conjunction with the idea of city-funded case management, because if we were able to pursue that case management, we want to be able to make sure that we can continue to work with people in a constructive and positive way. And so this could be a way that we do that. And so I think doing these things in tandem could potentially be extremely impactful to the way that the city approaches homelessness. And again, this is something that I hope, while we're doing this in a regional way, that we can do regionally across the whole county. Lastly is, this is evolving, but I think it's confident to say that there is going to be a Project Home Key 2.0. Earlier this year, the governor and his budget, his initial budget back in, I guess it was February, had signaled that he wanted to see a Project Home Key 2.0. I don't have the numbers like very fresh top of mind, but I believe across the state, Home Key 1.0 created roughly 6,000 new housing units for people experiencing homelessness in just a few short months. And obviously 3301 Kerner, that was a project through Project Home Key in San Rafael. This is another site that was purchased in Corte Madera, which is now being called the Casa Buena. It was a hotel motel that was located right there in Corte Madera next to Marin Joe's. And that's also going to be occupied later this year as permanent supportive housing. And so we were anticipating that Home Key could be announced and funded as of last month. But it looks like from what we're seeing at the state, the governor, the legislature have been having negotiations about an expanded room key. It looks like room key could now be upwards of $3 billion plus. And the horizon for moving on projects could be more like 2 years rather than the very expedited timeline that we saw with Home Key 1. But again, this is just speculation. All we know is that there's still a lot of interest in pursuing Home Key, and it's probably going to be a lot more funding than was originally proposed earlier this year. What does that mean for San Rafael? Well, Home Key 1 was a very rapid process. And as a result, we were able to get a lot of people moved in off the street, even on a temporary basis, because of Home Key within, certainly less than a year, but, less than 6 months, 9 months. And so what that can mean is that as this idea of case management funding is getting ramped up, the potential of a pilot safe sleeping program, and then while simultaneously also pursuing the latter half of this year, Home Key 2, which could potentially have units coming online next year, this is a 12-month plan where we could continue to see, I think, tremendous progress in terms of really working on our strategy of focusing on chronic homelessness and what we've done over the past few years. I think sometimes when we hit these critical moments, there's a question of, should we abandon our strategy? And certainly I'll defer to the feedback from the council of whether we do that or not. But it really feels like we've worked so hard to build this strategy. And with additional investments and modifications, we can continue our core goal, which is ending chronic homelessness in Marin County. So with that, we're on to the final slide. I am so sorry, of course, final presentation, we have this technical problem. I did want to say, because this question came up earlier, the County of Marin has done a really great job putting together a basically how to get involved page for community members. I know that was something that came up about how community members could get involved. So I'm going to put that in the chat here to panelists and attendees, and hopefully we can share that link as well for people of how they can get involved. And then I also wanted to take a moment before turning to the council to see if Chief Spiller wanted to add anything as well about what we're seeing in the encampments or some of the comments from Laurel Place as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Spiller.
Thank you, Andrew. Great presentation. Good evening, Mayor Kate, members of the council. At the front end of Andrew's comments, he mentioned community concern and frustration. Clearly, there's a lot of complexity to what's going on and a challenging situation, but a lot of proactive work that has been accomplished, and we continue to work toward here in San Rafael. In the wake of the specific public comment at the beginning of the meeting, I thought I would make a brief comment from the police perspective as it relates to Boyd Park, Laurel Place, Robert Dollar Drive, The police department continues to partner with other departments in the city to manage these encampments, particularly at Boyd Park. We work with Public Works on trash collection and refuse management. We continue to provide outreach services through Lynn Murphy and our Special Operations Group. We continue to patrol these encampments with our Special Operations Group, the Rangers, as well as patrol staff. Our work in conjunction and in cooperation with other city departments is really to manage public health, address public safety issues. We do recognize growing community concerns, and we continue to partner with our public safety partners in the San Rafael Fire Department to work to mitigate fire dangers in the park as well. I just wanted to offer that comment in the wake of some of the comments made in open session earlier.
Thank you, Chief Spiller, and thank you, Director Henning, for that presentation. I'm sure there are going to be questions, so I'll just start by calling on my colleagues. And is that okay, City Manager Schutz? I see that you just came on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make one clarification. I believe that Andrew Henning was trying to combine 8A and 8B in terms of his presentation.
Okay.
So those were presentations for both 8A and 8B. I'm not sure with the city attorney if we need to handle public comment separately from the two and call it twice, or whether that can be combined. But we have these separated out as two agenda items. One's just an informational report, which is 8A. And then the second one is the resolution around the case management and voucher program. So I just want to get clarification because Andrew combined his staff report for both.
It's at the mayor's desire, but I would suggest that she can simply make clear at this time, which is what I think you're suggesting, Jim, that anyone who wishes to comment on either 8A or 8B could offer their comments now.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, I think it's when we get to that point from the public, so we will have both any sort of input on the informational report and then very specifically about the homeless case management that you did put in the overall structure as to something we can do immediately to address, to provide more options to the community. So I will start. I'll call around for questions. I'll start with you, Vice Mayor Bushy.
Okay, I have a comment on 8A and a question on 8B. Starting first with the comment. Andrew, I was here. I started office about the same time you started. And I've seen this progression that you've just described and lived it. And I think I would like to focus the spotlight on the leadership that you provided during those years. When we started on this, we were lost. We didn't know what to do. It was a terrible problem. And we knew we had to do something, and you led us through a very systematic review of all of the different possibilities, finding ideas, and making them work. I mean, how long did it take us to get the post office boxes moved from one location to another? Such a seemingly simple thing, and it just took forever, and it was due to your leadership and your persistence. So I want to thank you for that and really emphasize the important role that you had in bringing us along that path that you just sketched at the very highest of levels. So that's my comment on the history. 8B, though, sort of the going forward and the proposal to work with the county. As an underlying fact, I remember when we instituted the HOT program and when we identified the chronically homeless and got them into housing, it was like, this is fantastic, we're actually making success. Now, though, it seems like more chronically homeless have appeared under the freeway. So my question to you, to the extent that you know, and maybe Lynn can help, where did they come from? They weren't on our list, or I don't believe they were on our list 3 or 4 years ago. Where were these people 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I would definitely, if Lynn's still here, would love for her to add to this. But I think what's really interesting about the conditions that I described that have kind of emerged over the last 2 years is that it's been less that there's been an influx of new people experiencing chronic homelessness. and more that just those changing legal precedents, the public health guidance, it's allowed people that have historically maybe moved all across the city, they're now more stabilized in one place. And so what's actually really positive in a way, which I know is difficult given like the impact of the encampments, is that some of the folks that we're now engaging have been historically very, very challenging to engage because they were all over the place. And so we've been able to now assess people and get people into case management. For example, right now under the viaduct, about 25% of the people that are there, we've recently gotten into new case management. And that's just because I think we've had regular contact. Karen mentioned this earlier during her comments, but the streets team has been going under the viaduct weekly for, I don't know, maybe close to a year now, trying to build relationships with people, do our assessments, and try to get them connected with housing and services. And so in a way, this has been a bit of an unprecedented opportunity. The other thing that I think has been really interesting is that it's almost unfathomable to believe this, but there are people that have been homeless in our community for 10, 20, 25 years. And even in the last month or two, we've been able to house people, for example, from Boyd Park, who had been homeless in some form on San Rafael Hill for decades. And part of that is because we've been able to have this concentrated outreach to them. So I think what's really hard, and I really get this, is that, people are seeing these encampments like we've never seen before. But I think what's actually happening is that it's people that have been homeless in San Rafael for a really long time who are just now in one place. And so it's much more visible, but it's not necessarily indicative of an increase, let's say. What I will say, though, that's important is that I don't want to say that homelessness overall is not increasing, because one thing that we did find unrelated to the encampments is that during the vehicle count that I mentioned earlier, kind of in passing, but basically to take a step back, the way that we assess kind of our progress on homelessness is this point in time count that happens every 2 years in January. Because of COVID, HUD, or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, basically said communities can forego doing the point in time count this year in the traditional sense of going out with homeless guides and doing that in person, and instead just focus on something like a vehicle count. So that's what we did. And the vehicle count in Marin County went up almost 100% from 2019. And I think our knowledge, or generally our knowledge of people that are staying in their vehicles, that's the next step from being housed to your vehicle to then the street. So I think that there has been an increase in homelessness, a pretty substantial one, but not in the way that maybe it's being perceived. So,
and you're mentioning vehicles gives me a thought of a component of this that you're missing. And that is, people are not getting in their vehicles, driving down to those parking lots and parking there to go get on the bus and go into the city to work. A point in case myself, as well as Councilmember Hill. We're not going there and parking our cars. And as I think about it, what the experience was years ago when we did, these people were around the periphery. They were there. You would see them occasionally. They had bikes and all kinds of stuff there. So that sounds right. I think you're right. They were there, but a confluence of factors, the legal case, and the fact that we don't park there anymore. Suddenly there became a space that they could stay. So interesting. Thank you. Lynn, I'm sure you've got a lot more to add.
Yes. And Lynn, that would be great. If you could also just say what your role is for people that might not, I don't know how people couldn't know what your role is, but if you could just do a quick intro, Lynn, to the work you do.
Sure. So I'm Lynn Murphy. I'm the mental health liaison for the San Rafael Police Department. I work for the department. I wear a uniform, a polo shirt and khaki pants, and I am out on the street on a regular basis, connecting with people who are experiencing homelessness, mental illness, and substance use disorders. And I just have to really echo what Andrew said, is that the majority of people who are in encampments under the freeway are people that we have known for years. They have come out of the open space because we have an amazing ranger team that has cleared the open space behind Falkirk and the Elks Lodge, and because of the fire danger. And some of those folks have now moved down to the viaduct because they know that it is a safe place to be. So I can say with confidence that I know every single person who is in the viaduct, and most of them have been homeless for at least 3 years. So we're not seeing this influx of folks from, the East Bay or Santa Rosa, and I often hear that, and that honestly is a myth that that people who don't understand what's going on the streets have. I can dismiss that myth that these are Marin folks, and the point in time count data supports that the majority of people who are chronically homeless in Marin County grew up in Marin County, went to Marin County high schools. And I think that is a fact that often gets overlooked. So we are actively engaging with all of these individuals, trying to get them connected with case management because Downtown Streets team has expanded their case management efforts. We have connected with 90% of these folks and gotten them paperwork, signed releases of information to get them on a path to housing.
Thank you. Maybe Lynn, if you can stay on in case there are other questions that come up, if you don't mind. Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kate. My comments, I would echo everything that Vice Mayor Bushy indicated. I would say I have the benefit of having been able to read a lot of what Director Henning had been presenting to council for several years. And one facet that I fully get behind is a vision articulated by outcome and looking at data. So thank you for using that as a guide. With respect to, well, first of all, I would say this: homelessness is very personal to me. I've indicated this in public comments previously. I come from a father who experienced homelessness as a child, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. Homelessness, given certain circumstances related to alcoholism and financial access to finances, creates instability for families, and it's a trauma that lasted for my father for many years. This is very personal to me, and so I also know, as you said earlier, Director Henning, that the profile of folks who experience homelessness is vast and deep. The number of stories and reasons for homelessness. So when I ask this question, I'm keeping that in mind. I think about Martin v. Boise and a lot of the tools that we have at our disposal. There is, I think, often through the community comments, an intractability of this scenario where, we're bringing as many tools to bear as possible through home key and room key, as well as case management. And yet it does seem at least through community voices saying, people are choosing to not take advantage of these programs. So it presents, I think, the appearance of intractability. I'm wondering if you could comment on that notion that some folks are choosing not to engage in the services available, because to me that does kind of support that narrative. But I'd love, and I see Lynn, you're raising your hand, maybe to help bring more clarity to that scenario.
Great question. Lynn, why don't you go at it first?
Sure. So I think that is another myth that people have, that people are, they don't want to get housed. They prefer to live outdoors on the streets. And I think that really speaks to the distrust of the system and the disappointment that so many people have experienced during their period of homelessness. And what we have found that just in the last 16 months during COVID, that because we have been able to really increase our efforts and engagement with people who are experiencing homelessness. And I apologize for the animals in my background. I am home and we have many animals. So the myth has been that people don't want to engage, but during COVID, we were actually able to house twice the number of people in permanent supportive housing because of Project Home Key. And we were able to locate people because we knew where they were. They were in a motel. So rather than housing 6 people a month, we were housing 12 people a month during the COVID lockdown because we knew where people were. And
we lost you for a second, Lynn. So maybe if you turn off your video, but keep talking. Sometimes that.
So one particular person who has been homeless for 30 years that we call an anchor in the community, we started to engage with him, and through HOT, he was assigned a case manager, and lo and behold, this person that we thought was quote unquote service resistant actually said he was tired and he really wanted to be housed. And after 30 years of being homeless and living in Boyd Park, he is now in an apartment housed. He was housed after he was connected with case management in about 12 weeks, which is pretty darn fast. And because he got housed, now other people in the park are saying, hey, if he got housed, what do I need to do to get housed? So I've got people calling and coming to me saying, hey, what do I need to do to get on that list so I can get housing? So this, service resistant myth is, I think it's really a function of people being historically not served and being disappointed through a variety of system failures that they haven't been able to get housing. And I think that is starting to change.
Thank you. Andrew, you're going to add to that?
Yeah, I did want to add. The other thing I was going to say was, I think what's also interesting and kind of heartbreaking in a way about people, particularly people experiencing chronic homelessness, is that for folks that have been outside for a long time, it can be a hard adjustment actually going from the street into housing. And, before I worked for the city and was a direct service provider, there would be people that we would get housed, they would move into a unit and then they would sleep on their floor. They'd sleep in a tent in their living room rather than on their bed because it was a really hard adjustment. And so I think being aware of that, Councilmember Hill, you mentioned, the trauma of being homeless, the trauma that can often lead to being homeless. I think one thing that as we've been looking at what other communities are doing to respond to encampments is really, as I mentioned in kind of our draft plan, this idea of safe sleeping or safe camping in a way that can be an easier transition for folks than moving perhaps into the traditional shelter system. That's not in any way a knock on our shelter system providers or what we can offer, because they're fantastic. It's just that some people actually, that's an easier step for them to go to that kind of environment and then into permanent housing than perhaps entering into the shelter system. And I think that speaks to really, again, this kind of trauma-informed care, and then also just the power of housing first. And for some people, just needing to jump past a lot of those steps to get right into housing is really the best way to help them.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
Oh, hard topic. You sort of have framed it a little bit in terms of the time frame, but could you, I know there isn't one answer to this, but on average, do you have sort of an idea, once you start establishing working with somebody, are we talking about weeks, months? Do we have an idea of how it really, works? Because we're dealing, I know from my experience, and I've worked on this for more years than I can even imagine, in the council chambers and not on the dais, but we have people with mental health, PTSD, drug issues, many issues. But if you can sort of frame in terms of the time frame that you're working with and seeing from your experience and Lynn's experience, what you're seeing. So that was the first question. And the second question is, right now, I believe we've quantified, and you mentioned it in your report, how much time is being spent by the emergency services responding to issues and concerns. So we're spending resources, time and money in one place, where we know we should be spending that really on case management, because the emergency services are being brought in and are not being able to provide those. Their role is not to provide case management, but they're being called to. So can you address both of those issues? One sort of more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, definitely. And Lynn, feel free to add to this as well. This is kind of nice having you here. So as Lynn mentioned, I mean, I think we're in a very unique situation where we've had the good fortune of having, this case management capacity the past, few months and year, as well as this additional, infusion of housing vouchers. And so it can take a while, though. I mean, I think really from like that initial, someone that would be kind of brand new with engaging with us, it can take a period of time of a few months to even build that trust. I think that's actually, a real positive, like Lynn mentioned, of the past year, is that because people who have historically been very hard to engage have been in one place, we've actually been able to do a lot of that legwork already. So like Lynn said, and again, thanks to the Streets team and other community partners that have been doing outreach in places like the Viaduct, a lot of that initial groundwork of getting people assessed and starting to get documents together, that's already happened. And so that's extremely positive. So the next step is then, once people then get a case manager and then get a housing voucher, it can take a few weeks, like Lynn said in this recent case, of building that initial relationship, looking for units, signing that lease, and then moving someone in. So it is important that there is kind of a transition period of working with folks. And I think the reality historically pre-COVID is that could probably be, this is just like back of the napkin, but like maybe twice as long if case managers or outreach workers are having to go track down people and they have no idea where they are. And so I think having people in one place can really expedite the ability to get people into permanent housing. Lynn, I don't know if you'd add anything to
that. No, every case is so individual that it's hard to say that it takes a certain amount of time. Some people can be housed within a month. Other folks are a lot more difficult to track down and can take 6 months. It's really, there is no set amount of time. It's very individual.
Great. And in terms of the public safety work that's happening, you said it's increased by 100%. Can you provide a little bit more background on that, or maybe the chiefs can also speak to that?
Yeah, I can kick it off, and then Chief Spiller or Chief White, if you want to add to that, that would certainly be great. I will say, it's been really a full court press to try to help the folks that are in these encampments and beyond our emergency response, which I'll let the chiefs talk about. I do want to give a shout out to Public Works. One of the biggest issues that we hear from the community is just the trash and the debris. And so Public Works has been going out weekly since last year, helping to pick up trash. We have a partnership with Marin Sanitary to collect trash from a lot of these encampments. And so that's been, really beneficial. One thing just to plug, and I know this can sound a little bit counterintuitive, and I don't mean it to sound not compassionate, but there has been a lot of kind of one-off donations happening as well. And sometimes that donation is not necessarily something people can use. And so that can also end up as trash and debris from these sites. So I would definitely encourage people to check out that link that I sent of ways to get involved and help in a productive way. But definitely just to name that on the front end of like just Public Works, utilization of their time around cleanup has been huge. But I'll turn it over to the chiefs.
Thanks, Andrew. And that's a great comment in terms of shout out to Public Works. It really is a coordinated effort with all of our organizations. Chief White is here. He's going to speak in a moment. But as we all collaborate to mitigate the impacts and to provide more outreach to those experiencing homelessness, it really is a team effort. As it relates to the increase, we measured the first portion of 2021 with the first similar portion of 2020, and it was nearly a 90% increase in calls for service as it relates to issues in the encampments, including disturbances, including crime impacts that are directly related to some of the encampments and things like that. So it is markedly dramatic in terms of the increase, and we continue to be present. We continue to provide the outreach. And at the same time, we're really managing the balance of the quality of life impacts to others in the area of the encampments. Chief White.
Thank you very much. First, I want to echo the sentiments of the council members and others for all the excellent work that Lynn and Andrew have done since my tenure here in San Rafael. This is just tremendous. I've come from a location where there was a similar effort underway in Oakland, but I see a lot of progress and a lot of focused effort here that I hadn't seen before. And I think with this collaborative approach, and I think with the thoughtful approach that the city leadership is using towards addressing the rising number of calls we're having, as well as the increase, or at least perceived increase in number of encampment occupants, it's very apparent to us that there's a substantial increase in calls that are coming in the viaduct area and other areas. And then with that, we're relying in part more on law enforcement response to assist us on these calls. And so it's a double drawdown on resources, if you will, to try to assist those who are having those challenges. And so as we continue to move forward with solutions that we think will lead to long-term and lasting positive change for these individuals, our members continue to face some hazardous things that I've spoke about in the past. I don't want to reiterate all of those things right now. I don't know that it's really appropriate for this conversation, but we continue to do our best to ensure that our personnel are safe, but it is taking us away from calls that we believe are true medical emergencies and other emergencies where our staff should be available for true emergency response. And so with that, I'm looking forward to the eventual depletion of these encampments and the occupants actually receiving long-term residence and or services that'll help them transition out of the current state that they're experiencing right now. And so the increase that we spoke to from year over year, it's almost double what we've seen, comparable to what Chief Spiller indicated the police have seen. And so this trend has to be reversed, and I think it's going to be reversed based on all the effort that's underway right now.
Thank you, Chief White. Thank you, Chief Spiller. It's important to have that context for what we're seeing. Councilmember Kurtz, did you have additional questions?
I just have one more, and I, Chief Spiller and Chief White, maybe you don't have this background, but maybe Andrew or City Manager does. I know we experienced a number of fires from the open space, from homeless who are living in those encampments. And you talked about what's happening now with people moving out, but I would remember that that was a pretty frequent occurrence. And I was wondering if you could speak to some of that as well, because now with my MWPA hat, that's a high concern. I mean, obviously, all of us are very aware of the high fire danger this season.
I'll go ahead and get started on that. I think Andrew and Lynn can probably attest to this to some degree. Chief Spiller is relatively new here, so maybe some of his staff could weigh in on it. But from what I understand, there's probably a substantial reduction in the number of open space incidents based on individuals probably relocating from those areas to now areas where they're more visible. Fortunately for us, the other side of that, however, is that we also have the benefit of the park rangers and their concerted efforts to go and ensure that the individuals in those locations are operating in a safe way and or relocating them when, if at all possible. But I haven't seen the same degree that I believe was experienced since my arrival that was experienced prior to my arrival. And I believe it's partly because they're actually in more visible locations now instead of in the not easily seen areas. But we do believe there's still reports of individuals in some of those recessed areas who still could use and benefit from our outreach and our ability to provide services for them. But so far, we've been very fortunate.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that our proactive work to when I made comment earlier about managing encampments and providing outreach, really affirmatively dealing with ignition sources and fire pits and little barbecue pits and those types of things. This is work that the Rangers are doing, patrol staff is doing, and our special operations group do, just out of sheer and dramatic concern for fire mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation and all the services. I completely agree that the best way to solve this problem is to give house to people that are unhoused right now, and for all the services that we provide. So absolutely. I guess my questions are more around the city of San Rafael versus the county of Marin. Director Henning, I think you mentioned 70%, you mentioned that they are from outside San Rafael. So, and I know, you know, that we are working with the county and we have home key. One of them is in Corte Madera, the other one is in San Rafael. What's happening with the other cities, and where, I mean, I'm saying, sure, let's house everybody, but we have very limited housing as well. So my question is, what's happening with the county? What other cities are doing? And the second one is like, how are we prioritizing housing? Are we selecting people from San Rafael to be housed in San Rafael? How are we working on that? And then are we prioritizing families? So if you can talk a little bit about that, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, there are really kind of, I think, two dimensions to that. One is like the countywide nature of homelessness, and then also the county itself. And so I think what's interesting right now is that the conversation we're having tonight, maybe in a way that it's never happened before, at least the past few years, is also happening in Sausalito. It's happening in Novato, and there's really nothing to stop it from happening in other jurisdictions as well. And I think that speaks to the fact that there have always been people that are have been experiencing homelessness throughout the entire county. You know, down in Sausalito, for example, on Richardson's Bay, there are close to 100 people that live on boats, and technically they're all homeless. And so that's a big part of the homeless community in the county. That's almost 10% of the homeless community in the county that is typically not thought of as being homeless. And so, and then we add in the vehicles, like it really is a more county-wide issue than I think people are aware. Even though, again, historically, maybe the visibility is in San Rafael, but I would say even now the visibility is not just in San Rafael, it's everywhere. And so, so then speaking to the county nature of it, I think when I first started with the city, and you know, this wasn't a fault of anyone, because I think this conversation plays out everywhere, which is that, you know, San Rafael, we have the police department, the fire department, public works, our library rec staff. We don't have a social service agency. That's not, we're not funded to do that. We don't have the staff to do that. I believe Health and Human Services as a department is bigger than the city of San Rafael itself. And so a big change for us has been really working in partnership with the county, not just saying, hey, county, this is your problem, you deal with it. It's really working collaboratively. And I think that's honestly one of the things that I've been most proud of in this work, is really partnering with the county. And it's not just me, it's you know, the council members, Mayor Kate, our city manager. And so I think what's happened over time is that we've come up with this strategy together of really focusing on chronic homelessness. And to the county's credit, I think they've really, you know, looked under every rock and all these different places to try to find funding and different ways to fund case management and other support. And I think what's particularly key about the case management proposal that's before you is that at some point, the county just does not have more money for ongoing case management support for people. And the problem with that is that right now, because the federal government is putting more resources towards housing, we don't have the service dollars to go with the housing resources. So a big part of the story over the past few years is this jumping from bottleneck to bottleneck of we either have the services, but we don't have the housing. And then we have the housing, but we don't have the services. And so it's continuing to try to work together. And in this case, I think the cities, especially with the stimulus funding, that is something that historically, you know, we don't get, is a way for us to invest in this in a way that we have not before. And it's also a way for all the cities and towns in Marin County to step up and say, this is a regional problem. Because like Lynn said, maybe they didn't go to San Rafael High School, but there are people that are from Marin County that became homeless from Fairfax and Corte Madera and other communities that, you know, they're homeless in other parts of the county. And so this is a way for all of us to work together. You'd asked a question about the prioritization. You know, we've been really focused on chronic homelessness and that vulnerability. But as I mentioned, you know, earlier this year, there was a multi-million-dollar grant award to the county for something called rapid rehousing. And so that's more short-term assistance for people they're homeless. I mean, for example, people in their vehicles, this would be a good target population. People who are recently homeless, and they don't need long-term supportive housing. They need a couple months of support. So it's a way to get them back inside quickly. And then Councilmember Micah, as you said, just last week I had a meeting with Canal Alliance, I was talking to Omar about this, which is that there's a lot more money that has come from the state. Locally, San Rafael's contributed to this, but getting that money out into families and households' hands so that they do not become homeless. There have been thousands of people that have been helped, but there are still a lot of people that need help. And so I think that's a way where it's really, we've been really focused on chronic homelessness because it's so visible, but there are other parts of the social safety net that need to be moving in tandem to make sure that everyone is supported. So.
I think Lynn, thank you, Andrew. I think Lynn wanted to add on that. I saw you had waved your hand.
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly that it's 73% of Marin's chronically homeless population is from Marin. I thought I misheard that. But these are folks that grew up in Marin and have just, this is their home. They don't want to leave. In many cases, their families continue to live in Marin. And this is where they are comfortable. This is their home. They went to high school here. And again, I just have to speak up to this misperception that many people have that people are coming here from outside of the county. And that is in fact not true.
And thank you for the clarification. I guess my question was not about people coming from outside the county. It was within the county, within San Rafael, the people that more like the residents of San Rafael housed in San Rafael versus people that maybe they are housed in Lawrenceburg. Maybe they are living in San Rafael. So that was my question.
Yeah, sorry. And I wanted to add to that. So that's a really, really good and important question. On one hand, there are certain just legal constraints around the way that we can prioritize housing. So, one is that because of fair housing and because of historical racial inequities in Marin County in particular, there's a lot of concern from the federal government and the oversight that happens at that level about where are you trying to house people, and are you making sure that Marin is an inclusive place that, anyone could live here if they wanted to. So we can't actually restrict and say, X program is only going to serve people in San Rafael. We can't necessarily do that. But in practice, what has been happening, I kind of said this in passing earlier, but a huge percentage of the people that we've housed over the past couple of years have been through scattered site rental units. And that landlord recruitment work has been happening countywide. So there have been people that were, homeless in San Rafael. I know that were housed in Mill Valley. And there are people that, might have been homeless in Novato that were housed in Corte Madera. We've even housed people as far west as Inverness. So that has really been an incredible opportunity for us beyond the kind of, big projects like Mill Street 2.0 or the Home Key sites. Most people are actually getting housed through scattered site units across the county. And so that effort, and that's really going back to earlier, a great way for people to get involved is that if you own property or a landlord or know someone, we want to try to house people all across the county and give people that choice. So while we can't legally restrict services to people in San Rafael, the work that has been happening has been countywide in nature.
Great. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple questions, but I did want to add on to Councilmember Micah's questions about the cross-jurisdictional work. So MCCMC, we started that homeless committee. Now it's not the mayor anymore, but Eric Lukin up in Novato. So the two of us chaired that committee. We started it in 2014, 2015, created the Community Homeless Fund, which now helps fund the mobile showers. It is a fund that is contributed to by every city and town in Marin County because folks recognize through a lot of education and conversation, just like we're having here tonight, recognize that this is a county-wide issue. So we have that precedent of coming together. And it's a way that we can amplify the funds that we do have, right? We all have a little bit of the pie, but if we can put the funds together to do something that's really meaningful, which is what the mobile showers have done. And now, of course, there's been a way to get people on by name lists and connected to housing. So I did want to add that when you asked what are cities and towns doing, they're at the table. And our agenda item B is indicative of that, as Director Hennings talked about. It's being discussed in Novato. I've personally talked to every single mayor in Marin County about this issue, as well as the other folks in our MCCMC Homeless Committee that Councilmember Kurtz and I serve on. So we 100% agree. This is not a lift. And I think Jim's might have said that in the very, very beginning of his comments. It's not a lift that San Rafael can do by itself. And so we spend a lot of time and effort working with the county and with the other cities. I just had a few quick questions, and I don't know if I think it was during public comment, or it might have been in one of the emails that I received recently. Could you speak to if it's true or not, if we remove services that are available for the homeless, that will somehow mean that the homeless population will go down? I hear that a lot, like, oh, if we didn't offer food, if we didn't, whatever it was, then the homeless would go away, or they wouldn't be there. Could you speak to that, Andrew? And it's because I do get that a lot. And then people say, well, San Rafael shouldn't be doing that because we're attracting people here. Could you comment, you and Lynn?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my take is that homelessness, just to be blunt about it, is a symptom. It's not its own phenomenon. It's a symptom of other problems. And so just taking away services for people is not going to prevent people from having behavioral health crises. Taking away services is not going to magically build new housing that's going to be more affordable for people. And so I think that's a really key part of this, is that there are these deeper systemic issues around, the cost of housing, having a living wage, behavioral health issues that are systemic racism that are driving homelessness, not only in San Rafael, but across the county, across the state, across the country. And so that really is the challenge, is working on those underlying issues. And so I know San Rafael at least has been very committed to enacting other aspects of that broader systemic approach to helping renters and rent freeze and other aspects that are going to help people stay in their housing. So I do not think it's the case that people are going to just go away because the services go away. If anything, what we've learned is that people just suffer more. I mean, people, they don't wash, they don't eat. I mean, that's the consequence of not providing those services. And like Lynn said, the vast majority of people that are here are local. They're not going anywhere. This is their community. So,
Lynn, did you want to add to that?
Well, of course I could speak, ad nauseum about this, but I agree with everything that Andrew said. And I wish that people could hear the stories that people share with me about, going to Drake High School, Tam High School, Redwood, San Rafael, Terra Linda High School. And, their families are here and they grew up here. It's not because we have, the Ritter Center, which is so glamorous, and, people want to go there to receive their case management. That is not why people are here. It's because they grew up here. It's because they want to be where they grew up and their connections are here.
Thank you.
That's all.
No, thank you. I think it's important to clarify that. Andrew, you talked about Project Room Key. And I was wondering if you could just speak to if that program is going to keep going, and if that's something that maybe people had asked what they could do. The community, is that something that we could talk to the Board of Supervisors about? I would love to get your impression on Project Room Key. You had said it had helped before. Do you think that's something that we should continue to urge the county to invest in?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned in our phase one, I think any and all options are on the table at this point. I do know, I think some of our colleagues from the county are joining or listening in. So I don't know if anyone would like to speak to kind of the status of the program. I think one of the challenges is that I think right now the program's only kind of committed through September. And so there's concern about, do we on-ramp more people or onboard more people, knowing that there's going to be kind of an end date. So, I think just from our perspective that, as far as I know right now, I mean, whatever we can do to try to get more people inside is a positive. And so I think it's important for us to continue to advocate to the county that if it's possible to, carve out even just a few rooms, like that's a few more people that are able to leave these encampment areas or other parts of the community and get into a more, a safer environment. So I think that's definitely something that we should continue to push.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that, especially because Governor Newsom talked about having additional money specifically for helping people that are in Room Key into housing. So whether it ends or not in September, there's actually additional resources. I mean, right now, because of COVID, there has been federal and state dollars that weren't there before. So there is a real opportunity to reach beyond getting more people housed. So my only other question, but I think you answered it, was, and this was really specifically on item 8B, is how this case management is different than what's being offered through whole person care. But I think you want to add 2 sentences on that, because why are we looking at going beyond what we normally do? which is usually infrastructure and things you can touch, stoplights, potholes. And here we're talking about case management.
Yeah, and again, I think this just speaks to the partnership with the county, and the county is really committed to the housing first strategy and everything we've been doing. Is that they're hitting their own kind of walls in terms of being able to provide more funding, and so the county would actually be a partner to this proposed city funded case management. They'd actually be about 50% of it is actually coming from the county. So it's the cities and towns. This would be a new investment, but the county is definitely at the table. I know the county is also signaling that they're going to set aside money from their stimulus funding to support Home Key. So that's also something the county is stepping up on. But I think really the key is that if we do not do something, we are at risk of losing new vouchers that are coming down from HUD. And so, as early as the end of this month, the Housing Authority is wanting to push out more vouchers. And there are even some communities, it's worth noting, that they don't have the kind of integration that we do with the Housing Authority, the county, the service system. And so there's been signaling that some communities might turn down vouchers for people that are experiencing homelessness because they don't know how to operationalize it. And while that is absolutely a tragedy in those communities, those vouchers are going to get reassigned. And so there could be even more opportunity for us to accelerate our work. And really that is contingent on trying to come up with these service dollars. So it's definitely creative. It's definitely something that has not been done before. But it just for what it's worth, the per capita cost of services to the per capita cost of the federal housing voucher is about 5 to 1. So this investment is very leveraged for the local community to draw down the federal housing support.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm sure there's public that might have additional questions or comments. So we'll ask Director Giudice to join us. Thank you. And I will now open it up for public comment. And to clarify, this is both public comment on the informational report we've heard, as well as the embedded resolution having to do with the Housing First case management.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I just want to remind everybody that if you want to comment on Zoom, you can raise your hand. Or if you want to comment by phone, you can just press the *9. And if you want to comment by YouTube Live, you can do so by starting with typing in public comment in caps and then your message after that. So I'll go ahead and start. I see some hands. I'm going to go ahead and start that. You can go ahead and talk. Looks like Federation.
Hi, this is actually Amy Lykover. I'm the president of the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhoods, and I'm so happy to listen to this report. I want to publicly thank Andrew. He and our vice president and I spent at least a half an hour, if not an hour, talking on the subject. And Richard and I are liaisons from the Federation to Andrew's office. So I asked Mayor and Andrew and just going forward that when Andrew's replacement has been selected, that you relay the message that we are very interested in being partners with the director of the homelessness planning, and to remember that we represent neighborhoods that surround the viaduct encampments. And I, for one, look at everybody living together as being part of a neighborhood. And yet I think it's extremely important that we understand how people in distress, people experiencing living amidst crime, and perhaps, try as DPW might, not a very healthy situation, definitely not a safe situation, that neighbors have concerns about people living in encampments, as does the city, and that neighborhoods are very fragile. All neighborhoods are very fragile, and that we work together, the Federation and the city. And I also would like to say hello to Chief Spiller, whom I haven't had a chance to meet yet, and to Chief White, and of course to Lynn. And understand that we are very, very interested in working together and learning of statistics, emergency statistics.
Thank you, Amy, for calling in and for providing your comments. Wait, you're muted, Allie, but it's okay. We know that. Yeah.
I'm now allowing Rita.
Hi there, this is Rita Channon. I live on Laurel Place. My questions pertain mainly to Boyd Park. I'm curious, in your outreach program, if you've learned how many people are actually in that encampment and how soon will they be offered beds? Just wondering about the timing. And if they turn the beds down, can they be forced to vacate the park? And then also, how do we stop future encampments? We did close the park a year or two ago to try to clean up the park for the neighborhood. And so obviously it's gone out of control again. So wondering if that's something that we can consider, especially with the school closures and the kids not being able to go to school, now not being able to go to the local playground. And then lastly, I appreciate the police efforts to keep our neighborhood safe, but knowing that we've seen an increase in crime on our streets specifically, just curious if it's possible to get extra patrol. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so folks know, we write down the questions that we receive, and then at the end of public comment, staff will respond to the questions that we've heard. Okay, so.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear. Wait, hold on. Let us reset the timer before you talk. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Bobby Mosky. I live in Terra Linda, and I'm a behavioral health counselor. I'm on the Health Council of Marin and probably 8 Marin County committees. I've worked with virtually every single homeless advocate, every single agency in Marin County over the last 7 years. And without exception, it's been convoluted at best. I worked with whole person care and Shelter Plus and Marin Housing Authority and all the other agencies. And it has been a challenge. And I'll tell you, one of the things we did, we had a meeting about 3 weeks ago, and it was for every agency in all of Marin County. I'm talking behavioral health and recovery, HHS, Marin Health, law enforcement. Every agency was represented. And one of the things that came to light is that because this is so comorbid, you can't really solve any one of the problems unless you address each one of them, especially the behavioral health problems. So one of the problems is, of course, reaching people, and they go off the grid. And, unless I go out to their tent on the hill out in, wherever it may be, I can't reach them when we do have a bed for them. So I suggested, Susan Cumming actually suggested for Marin Health, that we do a registry of people when we get them, when they come into the system and we have an opportunity to get them. We should document everything we can in order to be able to keep their presence, in order to keep them on the grid, on the radar, so that we can go and reach them and plug them into all these various services. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the clock on my screen, so I don't know where I'm at.
You're at time, but we got your comment of the concept of the registry, so we will.
I just want to end by saying.
Okay, so next person, please. There's someone who's ready to speak.
Hi. I'm Pat Langley from St. Anselm's Catholic Church and the Marin Organizing Committee. And I'm here to support especially the expenditure of funds for housing first case.
Wait, Pat, we lost you. Do you want to call back in? Are you still there?
Have I muted again?
Yeah, no, so we can hear you. Why don't you start from the beginning? There must be solar flares or something going on tonight. So sorry, everybody, for the technical. So Thomas, if you could reset the timer and then, yeah, we go. Okay, Pat. That's
Okay.
great. And go ahead. We heard the very first 2 sentences you said.
All right. And so we recognize that homelessness is a complex issue, and San Rafael has been working on it for years. This pandemic has highlighted the fragility of life that is even more fragile without a roof over your head, a place to call home. We have before us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reduce homelessness in Marin with the availability of funding to purchase buildings. This is a blessing, but without an adequate number of case managers to assure that rental units are located and people are transitioned into their new homes, we will not be able to take advantage of this opportunity. Andrew's report detailed the amazing progress Marin has made and the cooperation of the cities, towns, and service agencies. And together we've shown that we know how to reduce homelessness. But there's still a lot of work to be done. I also want to recognize Andrew for the significant work he has accomplished in the last 5+ years. And thank you to the San Rafael officials for recognizing his gifts and listening to much of his advice. I hope you'll be equally successful when finding his replacement. Earlier tonight, I heard citizens ask what they could do. And a recommendation I have is to find landlords willing to rent to those who have Section 8 vouchers. With case managements assisting those housed, it can be a successful solution to homelessness. I encourage you to pass this critical expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello?
Yes, you are on. We hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Deborah Fuqua, and I live at the east side of the Mission-Irwin intersection. I'd like to follow up on some comments that Chief Stiller made. I'm a freelance court reporter, and I was privileged to work in a criminal department at Marin Superior Court for many years. And I got a front row seat to the revolving door of recidivism. And there was a common theme that my judge would bring up with almost every offender, and that was get a job, which also applies to homelessness. Our houseless situation is substantial, and one of the most valuable tools we can implement is any program that will place folks in a job. At the moment, Downtown Streets Team is one of the most effective tools in our toolbox. It would be a grievous error not to renew this contract while the numbers of houseless are growing more apparent by the week. As Commissioner Kurtz alluded to, houselessness is a multifaceted problem requiring a multi-pronged approach. Helping folks get jobs is one prong. Downtown Streets Team offers so much value to our community at such a low price tag, we cannot afford to lose it. While there is indeed a need for transparency and investigation, we should not lose sight of the fact that no other vendor provides this service at this time. And homelessness is one of those things where if we aren't part of the solution, we're part of the problem. To jettison DTST without a viable replacement will leave our community by default in the position of adding to the problem rather than contributing to the solution. And as far as canceling a vendor without an alternate tool because of the transgressions of upper management, well, we all still write checks to PG&E. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deborah.
M.N.? Go ahead and
Yes, hi. My name is M.N. Husong, and I spoke earlier from the Laurel Place neighborhood. I just want to thank you so much for this conversation and information. It gives such a broader knowledge and understanding of this problem that our neighborhoods are facing and the city is facing. I have a question for Director Andrew Henning or perhaps Lynn Murphy, and I'm wondering if they have any homeless data by gender. I always feel, me being a woman, I always feel more concerned about the female homeless, and I'm wondering, what percent of the female population or what percent of the homeless population is female, and do they get any different services or made sure that they are safe in their current situation. I'm also wondering about the homeless population with dogs. Prior to COVID, like, I used to see a lot of homeless people in our community walking around with dogs. And I wonder if that precludes them from being placed in different shelters or housing. And last but not least, I'm wondering how can we get progress updates a little bit more frequently? How can the public get progress updates on how you are addressing this situation and what progress you're making in this situation? Thank you so much for all you do, and I really appreciate this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in.
You can go ahead and talk.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, and I'd like to thank Andrew, the director. I've been on several emails with you about the situation, and I know it's a multifaceted problem and there's no easy solution, but I just want to say I do agree with your proposal to, while we're looking for more housing for them, to move them out of the fire-prone areas such as Lincoln Park or Lincoln Hill, and move them to a place where they can camp that's more safe than at the base of a hill with thousands of residents that has caught on fire multiple times. So I just wanted to thank you guys for the work, and just let you know there are citizens around here that do agree that they should be moved while we work out the problem of housing them permanently.
Thank you. And if you could just identify yourself, you can just give a first name.
Oh, sorry. This is Jake Anderson.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Nick, go ahead.
Hi, this is Nick Morris. I'm director at the Street Chaplaincy. The Street Chaplaincy is based in San Rafael, and we've been serving the homeless community since 1992. I've been in my role for the past few years, and I've had the pleasure of working with Andrew Henning, and I've learned a lot about the big picture of homelessness in this county, because I get the view from the streets, and really appreciate his approach to explaining the complexities of this issue. I just want to reiterate what Director Henning and Lynn Murphy have said concerning the people that we serve and we see on a weekly basis. The majority of them have grown up in Marin County, many of them in San Rafael and other local communities. They are our sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers. There are Cub Scouts. We had a gathering where my son's Cub Scout troop came to a dinner that we have, and some of the folks that were homeless were in that troop when they were young. So this is not an outside issue. This is something that is close to home. And we find that we are spending, our chaplain, Reverend Marty Tracy, and I are spending time helping people just to get IDs, because there's a great demand for services, and we could use more case managers with the goal of getting people into housing. And we've seen the changes that have happened in people's lives when they've gotten into housing and they've gotten the supportive services they need. And I would say that we're on the right track.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you for what you do in partnership.
I do not see any more hands raised, but I do have some comments on chat that I can go ahead and read while we wait to see if any others want to raise their hand. The first one is, my name is Dion Garcia. Is anything being done about what seems to be mostly negative effects of our needle exchange program? Will the encampments under the freeway be moved beginning June 15th? As residents of Santa Fe, we need to demand the city officially who work for us reopen in-person city council meetings. What percent here are chronic drug abusers? Next comment is, my name is Brad Gaffney. I feel that the DST summation of the report on sexual harassment and toxic workplace culture at DST amounts to a self-exoneration. This is the lack of effective oversight I mentioned. In December of 2020, the Palo Alto City Council refused to pass a 3-year extension to the DST contract because DST had not provided a redacted copy of the report on the outside investigation. Santa Fe should not accept a self-exoneration from DST either. Michael Duber, Stanford law professor and leader of the Aaron Perkey recall, and Aaron James, retired public defender, said it was legal to release the DST abuse report. Does the HOT view needle distribution programs as a help or a hindrance to the work that they are trying to do? My name is Brianna. AH needs to be honest about vagrancy. Santa Fe has a huge problem with vagrancy because our leadership wants vagrants here. More vagrants equals more, and then $2 signs. Homeowners in the industry in SR. Homelessness is an industry in SR. I have pics of hot teams sitting in their van in Safeway parking lot, hanging out, smoking cigarettes while multiple vagrants were roaming in the city of the van, in the vicinity of the van. HOT does nothing. Housing First is designed to fail. There are no requirements for sobriety/employment. You stick a meth addict vagrant into a multifamily apartment, disaster will occur. The 101 encampment is not Caltrans jurisdiction. The vagrants living there are in violation of 602 PC-SRPD. Could remove them, but city leadership wants the vagrants there. I strongly oppose safe sleeping area. We want vagrants gone. In SF, safe sleeping sites are costing over $250 a night. No way, these are not Marin folks. What that is a bold-faced lie. My name is Brianna. The council.
Wait, I think you just read hers.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So you already read hers. So go straight to the line.
My name is Chapman. Regarding DST, I also oppose the approval of a Santa Fe DST until the removal of upper management occurs, specifically CEO Eileen Richardson and Chief Program Officer Chris Richardson. My name is Ian McCabe, and I would like to know what steps and intervention programs the city is doing with the county to prevent homelessness from occurring in the first place. Is there anything that can be done about the outrageous rental prices in this county? Perhaps lower prices could help a lot of people. And I do not see any additional, let me just double check.
Okay.
Allie, this is Thomas. I did email you 2 more public
Yeah, I
comments.
just see another one here, sorry. Kudos to distilling a very complex issue. It helps to know that the homeless aren't new, but are just newly visible. The next comment is, so great to hear the sensitivity that is being given to this very complicated population of the underserved. Encouragement to the agency and community participation is exactly the need. Ignore the haters. With increase of housing vouchers given, what's the plan to deal with a lack of Section 8 housing in the community? And then I see another hand raised. So I'm going to go ahead and allow that to unmute. Paula?
Okay.
Paula, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay. First off, I just want to say, Andrew, I mean, I've known you for a long time through this, so much that you've done for the city, and just thank you. I have seen you collaborate, and I have seen you build really a coalition with the county and the other cities, and it's been great. You've made a lot of progress. First off, I'm in support of getting more case managers, so we can put that out of the way. But I have a couple of questions about the safe sleeping area. And I wonder, first off, is this going to be similar to what they're doing in Santa Rosa at Los Galicos, which I may not be pronouncing correctly, but that shelter village? Will you be just having people come in and bring their tents and all their stuff and just say, here, this little square area is yours? Or are you going to provide them some sort of sleeping environment? And who's going to monitor this? And is it a 24-hour monitor? And who's going to sort of determine those kinds of rules? Will it be sort of homeward bound, Mill Street-ish? So if any of that's been decided, you can tell us, that would be great. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Paula.
I do not see any other hands raised, and I don't see any additional comments.
Okay, thank you. So I will close the public comment on both of these items and bring it back. I wrote down a bunch of questions, so why don't we do this, Director Henning? Why don't you start with the ones that you have heard? And then between the two of us, and I'm sure City Manager Schutz was writing them down too, between all of us, we will make sure they get answered. So take it away.
Absolutely. I also jotted down a lot, and these might not be in any particular order, so I'll do my best.
Okay.
The first is there was a question about Boyd and kind of the number of people that are there. Right now, for what it's worth, across the two big encampments, the Viaduct and Boyd, there's probably about a dozen people or so that we've been in touch with in Boyd Park or San Rafael Hill generally. So that's kind of the number there, like 10 to 12. And that's why, again, I think working with, the county or, with Room Key and these options, like that's kind of, it feels like a feasible number of people to offer support to. Whereas the Viaduct is closer to about 30 to 40 to even, there's been times it's been a little bit higher, but about 40. In terms of offering people shelter support and then them saying no, what happens next? There, I just wanted to flag that question and maybe see if Lisa or Rob has some follow-up. I think one of the questions is, as we emerge out of the pandemic and even the previous Martin v. Boise guidance, I don't have I don't want to give a legal answer when I'm not qualified to. So I just wanted to flag that for them of what might be the recourse for that. I did want to say that our goal is to move as quickly as possible. As I mentioned, there was a question about, are we going to move encampments on June 15th? I would defer to the council, but I think what we're trying to do is, based on guidance tonight, we're really trying to work as fast as possible to get these programs in motion. Paul had just asked about the safe sleeping option. So that's something where staff is currently vetting sites. We're talking to possible vendors. I think there's some communities that, as Paul had mentioned, they've purchased pallet shelters and things like that. There are also communities that have just purchased standardized tents and are operating the program more on a, just monitoring who comes in and who leaves, but it is a closed program with some rules. So I think we're looking at that and trying to move as fast as possible. In the coming, we're talking about weeks, not months. So I think that's important to say that we're trying to move as fast as possible around that. In terms of reemergence of encampments and things like that, that's always a risk. But I think as the environment that has led to the growth of the encampments, as that begins to change, that could also prevent that. But I think also, as I mentioned, a lot of the encampment activity in San Rafael has been from the same kind of people for years. It's folks in the chronic homeless community that have moved from encampment to an encampment around the city. And so, our hypothesis is that if we house them, which is what we've been doing, those issues become less severe than they have been in the past. So I think that is what we're continuing to want to see here, is that as we move people into supportive housing and services, that these sites will not reemerge, because the people that are typically forming encampments are then in a much more stable situation. In terms of data and demographics, I dropped a link in the chat, but you can just search or Google Marin County homeless point in time count. I believe in terms of gender, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I think typically about a third of the homeless community is female. So just to give you a sense of kind of the breakdown of what that looks like. In terms of progress updates, I am also going to drop in a link to the chat here. I want to apologize. This was something that I really was on top of for a long time. The City of San Rafael's homelessness page. We have a lot of blog posts and updates about what we've done, videos, FAQ. We just honestly, and that's on me, have not been sending these out as frequently as we once were. And I know that that's something moving forward once we bring someone new on board, that's going to be a major priority to get these updates out on a regular basis. So that's definitely something the city's committed to. There was some questions about generally kind of housing first, dogs, harm reduction, needle exchange. Again, I think for what it's worth, the data really does line up behind housing first. There was a big study, a double-blind study, which is basically like the best clinical study you can do for anything, whether it be drug trials for pharmaceuticals or whatever, that looked at people that were randomly placed into housing first that were chronically homeless and had mental health issues and other comorbidities versus people that did not get assigned to housing first and had to go through the typical treatment system. And housing first was 200% more effective than treatment first and requiring sobriety and other things on the front end. People, once they're in housing, just do much better on working on those other things. And agreed that employment is a big piece of that. For people that are chronically homeless, they often need a period of stabilization to kind of get back inside, maybe start volunteering and then look at employment. For other people, and again, that's something that Downtown Streets Team does, is they help people right away get employment, and then that employment income helps them obtain housing. So depending on where people are in the spectrum, employment can and should play an important role. The other thing just on the needle exchange, since I think it came up twice, is that the City of San Rafael does not administer that program. That's a county program that was administered through the SPAR Center that I think the SPAR Center is no longer operating or is doing remote. So that would be something where, again, we try to handle this internally, but this would probably be something to reach out to the county about if you have feedback about the needle exchange. And then lastly, just in terms of prevention efforts, I kind of mentioned that there's been a lot of money set aside for helping households that have been impacted by COVID and the pandemic. Over 2,000 households have now been helped with that financial support. Over the past few years, the City of San Rafael has passed mandatory mediation for renters, just cause eviction protections for renters. There's currently a rent increase freeze in the canal. So there's been a lot of policies that the city has put in place, some of which I was involved with, some of which are now moving on beyond what I've been involved with. But a lot of efforts to try to keep people in their housing. That's definitely a huge priority. So that's 10 of the things that I jotted down. So if there's anything else.
I just had two other ones. That was amazing, by the way. Concept of a registry. So someone had spoken to that. And I don't know if that's similar to the by name list, but maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I would say, and I'm happy to speak. I think it was Bobby that had that question. That really is what we've been trying to create with coordinated entry. And again, I think the county recognizes that this has been a gap historically about how do we coordinate across different agencies and the kind of traditional silos. Whole person care, beyond being funding for case management and people that are high healthcare utilizers, it's also about improving those barriers to care across systems. And so there actually has been, 5 years ago when we started HOT, we didn't have a data sharing agreement that allowed even basic providers like the Ritter Center and St. Vincent's to talk to each other about clients. So there is now a data release that clients sign. There's a back end, software system that we use to coordinate care for people. And so definitely happy to connect you with more of the folks. I know that that's always a work in progress, but the progress there has actually been pretty substantial over time.
Thank you. And then there was a question about the jurisdiction, who has a jurisdiction underneath the viaducts, if you could clarify that.
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, that is Caltrans. And so Caltrans, the state, they operate underneath the viaduct. And so, early in the pandemic, we had heard, I'll just, I guess, say, they have their way of seeing the issue, and we've been working very closely in partnership with them. So I certainly don't want to throw Caltrans under the bus by any means, because they've been a really important partner here. But, they have their own kind of administrative team and legal team that's looking at these different factors that I've described tonight. And so they've come to their conclusions about what that means for people that are on their property. And that's what the viaduct is. It's the the state's property. So we've been working as closely as we can. We've gotten Senator McGuire involved. We've been meeting for, gosh, probably 9 or 10 months. And so there is a real commitment to figuring this out, but I know that that's frustrating, and that's really what we're trying to work through.
Thank you. And then the last question was around, I just wrote Section 8 availability. So I think maybe if you speak to the landlord program, because we are getting more vouchers. You've spoke to that in the report, but what does that translate to, or how does the landlord program work?
Yeah, it's a great question. First of all, because some people have this question, I think it's worth just saying, Section 8 is not free housing. Basically what it means is that when someone gets a housing voucher, they contribute 30% of their income, whatever their income is, and then the voucher covers the rest up to market rate. And so what's really sad in a lot of communities is that people wait a long time to get a housing voucher, and then they can't place their housing voucher once they get it. So, part of that is just, flat out discrimination. And so the city of San Rafael a few years ago passed Section 8 discrimination ordinance to prevent that from happening. So that's number one. But a few years ago, even here in Marin, I think the utilization rate for our vouchers was close to about 50%. And what's happened over time is that the county, the housing authority have launched what they call the landlord partnership program, where they have been proactively reaching out to landlords. They've been able to increase security deposits. They have very competitive market rates for rentals. And then they also offer support lines and, again, case management to go with the tenants. Not everyone that has a tenant gets a case manager and a support line. So that utilization rate over time has bumped up to pretty high. I think it's close to 90% now. And what that's meant is it's basically a virtuous cycle where the more that we house people, the more vouchers we get. And so we're in this great place where we're now looking at, over the next year, potentially hundreds of new vouchers coming to us. But the key is to actually find more landlords. And so I know the Housing Authority is working on, new marketing efforts. Some of the folks that were on the call tonight in the faith-based community, the city has been working with them to try to find partnerships with the faith community to find more landlords. And then, of course, actually creating new housing altogether. You can place actual new built units. You can place housing vouchers with those built units to make them affordable. So that's part of the dynamics of Home Key, is that if we get Home Key projects, we can what's called project-based the vouchers with the units in the Home Key sites. So all of that together is how we're going to be able to ensure that we don't lose any vouchers and get a lot of people housed.
Thank you. So I don't know if the city attorney wanted to come on to answer that last question before I bring it back to the council for any last comments. Oh, we got both of you.
Right, Lisa and I were just communicating, and I'm going to invite her to respond, but could you please reframe the question for us, Mayor Kate?
So the question is, if someone in an encampment is offered housing and they refuse, under Martin versus Boise, what are the city options?
Unfortunately, I don't think that we can answer that definitively. What Martin v. Boise says is that we can't criminalize sleeping in public on public property if there is an adequate alternate shelter available. So, if you're talking about a situation where we have housing for everybody and somebody's still refusing to go, we can criminalize criminal behavior in that situation. If we're not at the point where everybody is offered housing and it's just person by person is refusing, I think it's a much more difficult question. And I think Martin v. Boise leaves a lot of questions open, including, how far can you go in regulating people like that? I don't think we can force them into housing. I think we can limit where they are quite a bit. We don't have to allow people to settle down just anywhere they want. So we can impose limits. And that's one of the things that we are starting to look into in terms of changes to our municipal code, putting perhaps more restrictions on where people are camping that maybe present unusually difficult problems. So I think, initially, probably we're just looking at limiting camping in particularly difficult areas. And if we ever get to a point where there's enough housing for everybody, then I think presumably under Martin v. Boise, we could go farther than that.
Thank you,
And
Lisa.
just to add on to that,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor Kate. I just wanted to point out, because we've been in this place before Martin v. Boise, if it were interpreted the way Lisa just described, and we had enough housing for everyone, but there were some who didn't want to accept it, and therefore the case could be read to suggest that, oh, we could then go cite them for violation of our municipal code, as we have in the past. That then leads to the stage 2 issue, which is, what is the reception going to be at the courthouse to, having some sort of consideration of citations like that, and what are really the outcomes from it by penalizing it. We haven't had a lot of progress on that in the past when those kind of things have been turned over to the court or the DA or whoever, has been presented with the idea.
Thank you. And I just, my question was to Lisa, I think just clarifying, our current ordinance already forbids camping in our open space, going back to what Councilmember Kurtz had talked about, the fire danger, but I think that is already in existence on our books, correct?
Yes, we have, the fire chief has the ability to close open space to camping, to all public use, actually, under hazardous fire conditions.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for turning on your cameras to answer that last question. I think that was important for the community. So I will bring it back to the council for additional questions or comments, and I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy. Sorry, I'll get to you, Councilmember Hill. It's just easier.
No, that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had written down several more questions that weren't addressed yet, so from the public. So I don't know if it's best. I'll just reserve until it comes to my time to repeat.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do. Okay, or if you have the questions, did we miss?
If you've got the questions, go ahead and do questions.
Yeah, so just I wrote down a couple more. So there was a question about characterizing the safe sleeping areas. Sorry, around do they bring tents or do you provide? What does monitoring and rules look like? Do we have any guidance on what that might look like? Is what Paula Doubleday had asked.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're exploring as we speak. So I think a big part of it is there are some vendors that are doing this, like some service providers that do this. So I've been reaching out to them, and staff's been reaching out to try to understand, like, how do these work? And so that's happening at the moment. So I think we're trying to look to see, like, what are best practices around communities that have done this, without being able at this moment to say what those recommendations are. But yeah, so I don't know if that answers the question, but I would just say, like, this is, again, like, not a hypothetical. Like, we're actively trying to explore and check the feasibility and move quickly, given the urgency that we're hearing from the community.
Yeah, and I think you did answer that already, it's a very broad answer, so it's not a specific answer. So that's why it's we're still gathering information on that.
Well, yeah, I think the other one was, I think it was implied in your answer earlier, Director Henning, but it was a question about pets. And I think this is really covering the 3 Ps, and it was, I think, implied that placing people, they can bring in the 3 Ps, and I just wanted to see, maybe articulate more what the 3 Ps are and why that's significant.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the barriers that we talked about earlier, people's reluctance of going to, let's say, a shelter program or somewhere else, is the pets aspect of it. Is that for a lot of people, especially the comment that we heard about women experiencing homelessness, their animal is actually a protection for them. So the pets, partners, I mean, these things become barriers for people going into programs. And I think it's why we have been really focused on using Housing First, because with Housing First, there is really no rule around, you can't have your dog. It's just, this is now your housing unit, so you can move in. Or if we're housing a household, it's not to say your partner is not allowed to come. This is a family unit, and you're able to move into together. So I think that's been the way that we've been approaching it, is that Housing First is really a harm reduction model to try to work with people, given those very real aspects of their experience of being homeless, that they're with other people, or that they have animals for protection, or just a companionship even. And so I'm trying to find a way to accommodate that, because frankly, some people will say no, because those parts of their life are so important.
Okay, and there was one final one. I'm sorry, Mayor Kate, thank you for indulging me on behalf of some of the questioners. But one question was a data question about folks in experiencing homelessness who are experiencing also active addiction. Is there any kind of data around that?
Yeah, so in the chat that I had sent about the point in time count, there is information about some of it's self-report, but basically people saying, to what extent am I attributing drug and alcohol use, for example, to my homelessness, and it's a pretty low percentage actually. Most people experiencing homelessness overall report that it's an economic reason that drove their homelessness. So kind of even taking a step back, if you want my professional opinion about it, I would say about 2/3 to 70% of people that experience homelessness, it's primarily economic in nature. It's a job loss, it's an eviction, or even like a health crisis that has then led to a financial crisis. Or for other people, fleeing domestic violence, that breakdown in relationships, which is really also in a way a financial problem. So that's most people experiencing homelessness. And then about 1/3 of people experiencing homelessness, it's more behavioral health driven. That could be substance abuse, it could be mental health, it could be traumatic brain injury. So that's kind of how I've seen it professionally break down. And when you get into people that are in that final third, people that are chronically homeless, we see that 70% plus of those folks report having some kind of disabling condition, such as a mental health issue or otherwise. So addiction definitely increases exponentially, I think, as you get into more of like the chronic homelessness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now Vice Mayor Bushy.
I don't have any further questions. I think we've had a very comprehensive and thorough report on that we should accept. The proposal of contributing $250,000 to the county to further casework seems well-founded and very consistent with our historic focus on the county. And I'm particularly heartened to hear that Mayor Kate's work with all the other cities continues to bear fruit in having them join in this effort as well with the county to bring more support services. And if we can get more vouchers, maybe there is an end in sight, or at least a positive progress that we can make. So when the time is right, I'm prepared to support both resolutions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, just wanted to appreciate not only the presentation, but all the work that Director Henning, you've been doing for a long time, in our community. Also, Officer Murphy she's amazing too. So I think we are very lucky to have you both. I love to hear the collaboration with the county and other cities, because I just know, the best way to keep people housed is, offering them a house. And I'm trying really hard not to say homeless, because I don't like that word. I like unhoused much better. They are people just like us. But and it makes me wonder what you were mentioning, Director Henning, about the mental health and what makes you, become unhoused, and also, when you have addictions. And I'm just thinking about these generations that they are coming up, and like looking at the schools, there is so many mental issues happening now, and it makes me wonder what's going to be the future if we don't address it now for the youth. So it's not just the homeless, the people that are unhoused right now, but like in the near future, what's going to happen as well. So so anyway, I really thank you for all the work that you do. Good luck on your new adventures, and I'm excited to see what the other cities are going to do as well. It doesn't take a village; it takes a lot of different villages. So I love to hear that they are all in, to collaborate. So thank you so much, and I'm also definitely supporting this too. The report and the resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Micah. And the comments around mental health is really key. And we didn't get all into the detail. We could actually be on this call for another hour with all the other details out there, but that is another key part that Andrew continues to advocate for at the county, as well as Supervisor Connolly has brought mental health resources to the community. So that is definitely a part of the puzzle. So Councilmember Hill, just kind of going around the Zoom screen here.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And yes, thank you, Director Henning. I know Lynn had to leave. early, and I would be giving her my thanks as well for the presentation and answering questions this evening. This is obviously bittersweet that this will likely be the last meeting in which we'll be presenting in this capacity, although I am in denial and somehow I'm betting myself that we'll come back in some capacity. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate, this is a very complex issue. And what I appreciate, Director Henning, is your ability to distill it down to what are the essential ingredients, and really doubling down and proving this over the last several years. I believe that at least with this council, at least I speak for myself and this community, you've made believers out of us to continue to move forward into what is working. And so I believe that is also extended to other municipalities in the region. So thank you for that leadership, and thank you, Mayor Kate, and others for making that possible. We are not done. This is if we will say it this way, an infinite journey. Hopefully not forever that people are homeless, but I do believe that we will continue to hopefully help recede and make our society a better place. This is obviously the front edge of what it means to hopefully live lives of dignity, and hopefully we can keep pushing that back so more people can experience dignity. So I will be supporting these two resolutions, or accepting the report and the resolution. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thank you to Lynn. And really thank you for tonight's report, and for all the questions from the community, and to those in the community who have sent messages. I'm really proud our community still sees the unsheltered. I don't believe that's true in every community, and it's super important, because the first thing to working with this is that we actually see those that don't have a home. I also know acting urgently is in the eye of the beholder, and nothing around this feels like we are working urgently, but please know that with so many involved agencies, legal constraints, mental health considerations, we're working to act as quickly and humanely as possible. We need to rely on the data, so thank you, Andrew, for that piece. Learn from the experience of other communities, which Mayor Kate and many others have done a lot of research, and trust our professionals. For about 15 years, I've been involved with working to address homelessness in Marin. Over the years, I've learned how complex homelessness is, and there isn't one answer that works for all. So we're going to do this, and I think we're going to end up having to do more. The one thing I do know is that everyone has a name and a story, and it's important to lead with compassion and humanity. And I think the work that we're doing tonight sets that out. Also, the work by San Rafael Police, San Rafael Fire, Public Works, Lynn Murphy and Officer Carl Huber, who are on site multiple times a week working with those in the encampments and other areas. Downtown Streets team and the county's housing resources is making a real difference to build trust and create these relationships, all with the ultimate goal to get the unsheltered housed. So here we are again. It is time to do more to help our unsheltered, and for San Rafael to take this step. So I would definitely accept the report and support the resolution.
Thank you. And thank you for all the words of my colleagues. As always, very wisdom, both wise with their head and leading with their hearts. And, I think all of us can relate to the experience of walking down 4th Street or driving by the viaducts and just knowing it is not okay. It is not okay that for all these reasons, the system has failed and folks are living under the viaduct. And so I think that's the humanity part we feel. And we also recognize, as the Chief Spiller and Chief White talked about, there's a cost to that of having calls for service. And so our efforts to continue to get people into housing and get the support they need, we're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. No one on this call is going to give up. And Andrew, he might not be working here, but he's still going to be in the community. We're going to make sure he's helping us to solve this. It is, I started working on this issue, I think in 2015. I think, Andrew, you joined soon after. I think I started in 2013. You came soon after. And we have worked in tandem, in collaboration, and bringing others along. And we have real results. Even though right now it's harder to see that, we know that it's working. And it's really incumbent upon us to stay the course And having said that, we are going to be taking steps in the near future to address the encampments underneath. The safety issues cannot be denied. They are real, and we need to work with the folks that are there so we don't have those calls for service that are 100% plus what they normally were. I really appreciate the feedback we got from the public across the board, and especially about the progress update and outreach. And Andrew, no, that is not on you. It's on all of us on this screen. We will figure out how to have consistent outreach, all the different ways that people consume information, because as we heard tonight, when people start to understand, they bring the human side of them, like, oh, I get it. I'm still not happy about it. I still want the city to do something, but I get it. And to Rachel's point, we understand that people have a story. So I just want to heap all the accolades on, and Rachel, we read each other's notes, because SRPD, SRFD have been showing up, DPW consistently to both support in tandem with the folks that are under the viaduct to deal with refuse or issues. Sergeant Huber and Lynn Murphy are a dynamo team, getting to know those folks, talking to them, getting them out, connected with case management. And of course, Andrew Henning, I had to smile when someone said, oh, they should have jobs. I'm like, oh, Andrew actually organized job fairs, not once, but twice during his tenure here. So you really, really understood the issue and all the multifacets of it. And, you know, the position's open for anyone watching, but it's a big shoes to fill. You know, you have been incredible. And, you know, I'm kind of with Eli on this one. I'm kind of in denial on it, but I know that you have left us you are leaving all the systems that you put into place, the understanding you've given us. We're going to continue to build on that. You've given us a foundation so we can continue to work towards solutions. And so that's a phenomenal gift that will outlast your tenure here. And for that, we're incredibly grateful. So with that, I think we need to have two separate motions. I am channeling our city clerk, but I'm pretty sure we need two. So Vice Mayor, do you want to lead us off on this? You have it in front of you.
I have case management in front of me. We probably want to do these in order, right?
Yeah, the first one's the accept report. It's just accepting the report.
I move that we accept the informational report, and we have provided direction to staff.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Yones-Gulati?
Aye.
And Mayor Kate?
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. We have the next motion, please.
I'm ready on that one. I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the county of Marin to provide funding for housing first case management in an amount not to exceed $260,000.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Yones-Gulati?
Aye.
And Mayor Kate? Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Andrew, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And I will not be far. You will definitely see me soon.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, we said this was a action-filled evening. We have a preliminary citywide budget. We will bring our finance director on. There she is, Atia Haid. Thank you for being here. And yeah, we'll just turn it right over to you.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with everybody. So you should be able to see this.
Yes,
Mayor Kate, can you see the presentation? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. Tonight, we're going to go over the draft fiscal year 21-22 budget. This budget is being brought to you for review and comment prior to the final adoption at our next meeting of June 21st. As we move through the presentation, I'd like to give you a preview on what you'll be going over tonight. We'll do a brief status update of fiscal year 21, where we are currently and what we're expecting for the rest of the year. We will look at fiscal year 21-22 proposed citywide budget. I'll quickly go over the GAN appropriations limits And then I'd like to recommend the acceptance of the report. Before I dive into the fiscal year 2021 budget status update, I want to acknowledge what a tremendous job our city team has done this year. It has been a completely different year with many unexpected turns and trials and tribulations. We've all pulled together and handled everything and anything that has been thrown at us throughout the COVID pandemic. And we've done it with less people due to frozen positions, less working days due to furloughs, and while we came up with new ways to provide remote services. So my hat's off to all city staff. Last year around this time, with the help of our revenue consultants, we estimated we would experience net losses of almost $9 million. In March of 2021, we came back and reported to you that we were doing better than expected based on revenues through December. Now that we have revenues based on activity through April and sales tax numbers received through February, we're forecasting additional revenues of approximately $2.5 million, or 3% more than what was budgeted. These revenues are primarily made up of increases in sales tax, property transfer tax increases, and excess ERAF monies of about $368,000. The increase in total expenses, however, continues to be minimal. It's less than 1% of an increase from the original budgeted expenses. We are recommending that we increase the operational transfer to the recreation fund, as they have had a lot of losses in revenues while continuing to keep employees on who were doing disaster service work and all other types of work. So should the activity come in as we're expecting, we estimate an approximate $5 million surplus for fiscal year 21. This would not have been possible had there not been a concerted effort by city staff at all levels to stay within the originally budgeted expenditures. Staff recommends that the forecasted $5 million surplus be used to replenish the emergency reserve, to bring it back to the 10% of expenditure reserve per policy, which is about $500,000, and for the remainder of the surplus to focus on competing needs in the city's policy focus areas outlined in the goals and objectives document, which is attached to this report. In regards to other funds, we are seeing impacts of the pandemic to other funds such as childcare, recreation, and parking. And this is primarily due to reduction in revenues, but consistent expenses, as we've all tried to reduce non-personnel expenses as much as possible, but we've continued to keep our personnel working and therefore paying their wages. Fortunately, most have fund balances from prior year surpluses that have been accumulated, so those were used. But again, the recreation fund did not, and therefore it would require an additional subsidy. Currently, we don't have any additional appropriation recommendations, and we'll report back to you at year end. So where that leaves us for the fiscal year 2020-2021 is that, of course, I won't be satisfied with my surplus estimate of $5 million until sometime in late August when our books are closed and all activity has been posted. But we will be coming back to you in August or September of 2021 to go over those updated results and any cleanup items that we may have. And then in November or December, we'll come back to you with the audited financial statements and a report on that. And so we'll move into the proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. Given that we have so many new faces, I wanted to go over just a brief review of our budget calendar. So a normal budget cycle takes months to pull together. Discussions start in late January, then we've got priorities, projects, and objectives that are set, and then it's more discussions and analysis about how we fund our normal daily operations and also make room for the new and innovative objectives that make us move forward. Early in the process, we introduce expenditure assumptions, and in mid-February, which we wish it was sooner, we received pension contribution rates from MSERA. These rates play a large role in our expenditure assumption plans since they can have a material impact, as they did for fiscal year 21-22 as part of this new budget. In March, budgets are received from departments and analyzed by the finance department. In April and May, we're all working to finalize our special revenue funds, operations, our capital improvement plan, and our internal service funds. And in June, we bring the proposed budget to you for first review and then finalization. So all to say, this is a lot of heavy lifting. At this point, I'd like to take a moment to express gratitude to our San Rafael City team for all of the collaboration and thought that everybody puts into the creation of the budget. So thank you to everyone that works on this. It requires our directors, our budget managers, our city manager, assistant city manager, and of course the finance department, and especially Vaughn Bach and Sean Plate. So thank you so very much. In looking at the citywide budget, there's several funds I'd like to bring to your attention. And I also encourage you to look at Exhibit 1 for additional detail as it lays out all of our different funds. Our sources for the general fund, our sources exceed uses, which is what we like to see. So what that means is we're either breaking even or have a surplus, in which case for fiscal year 21-22, we're projecting a $53,000 surplus. For our general plan, this is funded through charges from the community development fees. And for this next year, we're concentrating on general plan 2040. So the revenues from those community development fees are coming in, and we're estimating about $929,000 of expenses. Anything that is saved, any surplus is saved for use just for the general plan. So it will be used in future years. Our special revenue funds, it's a large number. It's an accumulation of many funds, which are restricted, mostly restricted in nature. This is inclusive of gas tax fund, stormwater, the paramedic fund, our new wildfire prevention fund. And if these aren't breaking even, it's because we received the money before we spent it. So we received the money last year and we're spending it in the next year. So it's all timing. And there's always, if the uses exceed sources, there's always sufficient balance available. So we've got money in our savings account for that specific fund available. The parking fund, this is an interesting one, is the parking fund normally is something that's self-sufficient. It did experience losses throughout the pandemic and had to dig into its reserves. So its savings account. Here we're showing the worst case scenario. So really what we're expecting to see is either an increase in revenues to offset our expenses or a reduction in the 4.8 million of expenses to be more in line with revenues that we're seeing as they come through. Hopefully with things opening up even more by June 15th, our parking fees for garages and things like that, monthly parkers should increase. And so we're really hoping that the sources line will increase. In regards to internal service and capital replacement funds, these are funds related to workers' comp, general liability, pension obligations, computer and safety equipment, maintenance of city-owned property. And so for these, we charge the general fund a certain amount to maintain the internal services. And again, in this particular year, our uses exceed our sources, but we do have a fund balance for these funds that we're essentially required to have. And so we'll be drawing from that. And then we also have miscellaneous capital projects in which for this one, we don't necessarily book the expense until we go to you with that particular project and get your approval on it. Funding, our sources are normally either in the current year or in prior years. This year, we've received the funding as part of the Measure E. And so it's already saved in the fund balance or the savings account, as we like to call it. So then a summary of main takeaways. A few main takeaways that I would impress upon you include a few different ideas. So the general fund is projected to have a surplus of $53,000. The year-over-year revenues are projected to be $4.4 million higher than the current fiscal year 21 projected budget. The year-over-year expenses are projected to be $7.7 million higher than the current fiscal year 21 projected budget. And we'll go over these items in more detail in some future slides. There is no recommended change to our city workforce. At the end of last year, when we presented the budget, we had 411.73 employees, and we continue to do so. Of course, some vacant, but this is the approved headcount. And then very new and exciting to all of us is the American Rescue Plan Act. The city of San Rafael has received about $16 million of an allocation. This will be received over a 2-year period, of which 50% of that has already been received, and the remainder will be received in 12 months. We have until December 2024 to use the funds. Currently, the funding eligibility and reporting is still fairly fluid, and there are several questions that have been posed by other local agencies along with us, and we're waiting for them to be addressed by the Treasury Department. The city's plan is to use these one-time funds towards unfunded initiatives and projects related to the city's policy focus areas, and they are one-time in nature. We'll be bringing these to you for approval on a project-by-project basis. So for the ARPA funds, this is really just an informational. We want to make sure that you all know and our community knows that we have been allocated this amount. But at the beginning, it was that the eligibility was going to be very general, and you could pretty much use it for anything. Anything would be eligible. And we're starting to see that the eligibility is actually a lot more narrow. And so the last thing I want to do is use these funds and then go to report it to the Treasury Department and have them say, oh no, you're not eligible, you need to give us that money back. And so we're being very prudent about, and diligent just about making sure that our reporting requirements and eligibility requirements are what they seem to be. So they will be closing out the final guidance in late July. So we hope to have all of our answers by then. So for the general fund, overall revenues are expected to increase by 5.3%. And this is over the fiscal year 21 adjusted budget. This is mainly due to property tax increases, of which it's a modest 2%, sales and use tax increases by about 10%, but a fair amount of that is a result of our Measure R measure that was passed effective April 1st, 2021, and it's a 0.25% sales tax. And then most other fees such as permits, licensing, development fees, and plan reviews increased between 10 to 22%. Our year-over-year increases in expenditures are about 9.7% or $7.7 million more. This is a result of unfreezing and funding positions that we had frozen in the prior year, furlough lapses, so we are removing the furlough, wage increases as part of the labor negotiations and contract reviews and renewals that has been occurring, and also the MSARA composite rate increase. So this year, our MSARA rates increased by about 1.9 million, which is out of our control. It's a actuarial study completed by MSARA, and this was the increase to the city. And then making sure that we put money towards our policy focus areas so that we can align to our goals and objectives and start making progress on those. Pension expenses are approximately 15% of our total citywide budget or 20% of our general fund. I'll also use this report out to serve as an annual pension funding update, of which I'll tell you that the city's unfunded liability of $148.2 million represents a funded ratio of 76.2%. And then increased cost of doing business. As you're noticing, inflation is increasing and therefore prices are going up. And we're seeing this especially in construction, but also consulting services. So we are expecting to see increases in just general costs of doing business. In regards to our general reserves, the city has a policy and it's to reserve 10% of expenditures. For fiscal year 21, reserves are expected to increase to 8.3 million, and that meets the policy requirements. So that will get us back to our 10% reserve being adequately funded. And for fiscal year 22, the reserves are expected to increase to 9 million, in which to get us there, it's about an increase of $720,000, which will be allocated from the unassigned fund balance from this year. So what's next? Well, we're going to continue to focus on reopening the local economy. We will certainly continue to focus on collaborating with Marin cities and other local agencies for opportunities that allow us shared services and consolidation efforts. We plan to make headway on the city's competing needs and policy focus areas. And then, of course, we will determine eligibility and reporting requirements for ARPA funding and make sure that we put that money to good use. In regards to other funds, there are a few that I wanted to call out. Our Emergency Medical Services Fund, which is often referred to as the Paramedics Tax Fund, for fiscal year 21-22, we are not recommending an increase in that fund. For the Capital Projects Fund, this is related to our CIP, which was presented to you on May 3rd. For Measure A, this is open space money that we received from the county. The measure does sunset in 2022, and so they have plans of putting it back on the ballot. Measure D is the Library Parcel Tax Fund, which you saw tonight as part of a consent item, which there was a recommended annual CPI increase. Measure C is the Marin Wildfire Prevention Fund. This is the second year of this new tax, and we are certainly able to spend the money on wildfire prevention. It goes a long way, but we also have a lot of wildfire prevention needs. Parking, we've talked about this, it's usually self-sufficient, so we will be watching this very closely in the oncoming months. Community services, recreation, we're planning to contribute $2 million for fiscal year 21-22, which is a normal contribution from the general fund. This one we are also watching very closely as now we head into the new normal, and we'll be able to see what the needs are and how we'll do business going forward. And then the Child Care Fund is also normally self-sufficient, but has had a lot of losses during COVID. And so we'll keep a close watch on that as well to ensure that it won't need additional funding. And if so, we'll figure out what needs to happen as far as school prices, childcare pricing, or reduction of additional expenses. In terms of staffing, as I mentioned before, we are reinstating the frozen positions. We are also removing the furlough, and we have no change to staffing from the current staffing levels. And you can see that in Exhibit 3 for all of the additional detail. Our GAN appropriations limit is a legal calculation that cities are required to do. It's a calculation based on cost of living and population, so it changes each year. The new calculated limit is it's about $150 million, $151 million. So that is the total appropriations that the city can get to. We cannot exceed that. Our current appropriations subject to this limit is only 83 million. So we're well under the legal limit of and we have a cushion of about 68 million. So thankfully nothing to worry about there. And then lastly, I would just like to recommend that council accept this report and provide direction to staff to return with the final budget for adoption on June 21st. And with that, I'll turn to you for questions.
Thank you so much, Director. I can see everybody, or you can stop screen sharing, however you want to do it. Any questions? Vice Mayor Bushy, we'll start with you.
I have the most basic question. You said that our revenue is up $4.4 million, but our expenditures are up 7.7. Doesn't that leave us with a $3.3 million deficit?
Great question. I was comparing that to prior year. So when compared to fiscal year 21, it's not the results of fiscal year 22.
So year over year, it's up, but so then numerically, where does that leave us for fiscal year 22 then?
So our total proposed revenues for fiscal year 22 is 89.6 million. And our total proposed expenses are 89.5.
Okay. Okay. So I went down the wrong rabbit hole. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Director Hayde, for the presentation and the report. I had 3 questions coming into this. One was, I read on page 9 the taxpayer allocation is incorrect. It didn't really amplify or characterize the likelihood or the magnitude of impact. Can you characterize that a little bit more than what's written?
Yeah, thank you. So we've been told by our sales tax consultant that there will be some companies that are going to be doing business differently, and as a result, it will decrease our sales tax. Currently, we're still trying to get more information to figure out exactly what kind of reduction that will cause. The current estimate is about $500,000 to $700,000. And so that's one of the reasons that for our sales tax revenues, I believe it increases about 1 to 2% over last year. It would have been higher than that had it not been for this issue that the city will unfortunately face as a result of these businesses doing things differently.
All right, thank you. It does, yeah, because otherwise the way it's written, I'm like, well, is it $1 million? Is it 10 million? I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, thank you for
thank
you for that. My second question is around, it seemed trivial until I thought about it a little bit more, which is on page 13, talks about parking deferred maintenance. And it mentions 4.9 million budgeted in 21-22. And it got me thinking about, if we were to say, make all of the deferred maintenance in this year, how does that bode in terms of post-pandemic parking demand in the short, medium, and long term? And then I started thinking, anyway, I wanted to get more a sense of, what is the size of the deferred maintenance? How would we characterize it? And then how urgent is it actually? So it's probably 3 questions in one question.
Great. City Manager, would you like to take this one?
Sure, I'll start. So since we've been doing some myth busting tonight around homelessness, I'll try to bust a myth around parking services, and that's that it's a big revenue generator for the city of San Rafael. There is, as the finance director pointed out, it does cover its cost in most years, but what that doesn't cover is the maintenance, which is very expensive.
You cut out. You said what it doesn't cover.
Oh, sorry.
Hanger. And then you muted. I'll just try to get it out. So just say what it doesn't cover.
What it doesn't cover is maintenance. And it looks like I'm not muted. So if raise your hand or something, Mayor Kate, if you still can't hear me, but doesn't cover maintenance or the ultimate replacement of the parking facilities. And we have both structures, which are kind of one deck over ground floor parking, and garages. So they're very expensive when it comes to just seismic repairs. That adds up for the garages to over $1 million that they think we would have to invest in that. And for the structures, over $2 million just in kind of ongoing kind of seismic improvements. Not that they're extremely urgent, but we have made seismic improvements on these facilities before. And we know that they're aging facilities for sure. And we've had these structures and these facilities in place for many decades. So we need to continue. They are important to continue to improve them from a seismic standpoint, from an operability standpoint. The replacement costs are kind of staggering. I think we're, just as a rule of thumb, you could use about $50,000 a space. So that's upwards of about $20 million for a garage, $5 to $8 or $9 million for one of the structures. So we are setting aside money on an annual basis to go towards deferred maintenance and seismic improvements and that sort of thing. We're not setting aside anywhere near enough to cover replacement, but we are setting aside, I think, an adequate amount for ongoing maintenance. When we say deferred maintenance, it's not so much that no maintenance has been done, it's just been racking up. It's more that they're old structures and they have a lot of ongoing needs. So those are as it relates to the financial part of it. When it comes to demand, I think it's a really interesting question. The demand has been lower for sure, with people not going to offices downtown, and we've seen a decrease also in just hourly visitors. So the short-term parking demand is lower. And we're seeing that as the finance director was pointing out in the revenues this year. On the medium term, we expect that to come back. We're already seeing some upticks in use of the garages and lots. We're seeing some upticks on the parking meters. So we think that's going to improve. Overall, the lots and garages are a really important part of our management plan of parking. People want to be able to park where they're going to their destination. So we try to be able to allow them to do that by changing how the pricing works. So it's more expensive if you want to park right on 4th Street. It could be very inexpensive or even free if you're in one of the lots or garages. And then in the longer term, I think that's where it gets really interesting. When we start thinking about automated garages and autonomous vehicles and things like that, where I think we probably will see less of a need for parking and parking garages over the longer term. And then just lastly, we are seeing some development pressure already around lots and garages, and we're in a exclusive negotiation agreement period with one developer on the structure that's behind San Rafael Joe's. So it may be that we won't be replacing these things or replacing them as they are, but it's possible that they may end up as some sort of public-private partnership or that sort of thing. So I think the long term is the really interesting part of how this is going to change overall in our downtown. Hopefully that addresses at least part of those questions, Councilmember Hill.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Because I thought it was just good to explore that a little bit for the sake of the public, just because 4.9 million in the grand scheme is probably fractional of what would be needed to do a retro. I think I also heard in there too is that this is not urgent. This is something that can play out over a long time. So thank you for kind of helping us look at that with more depth. My third and final question is around pension obligation bonds. I saw that mentioned in this report. And Director Hayde, I know this is something that as I've come into this role, reading about pension obligation bonds, they're considered very double-edged, maybe more edged on one side than another. And so I guess, could you characterize our pension obligation bond, where we are and kind of how it's performing?
Sure, yes. We do have a pension obligation bond that was structured back in 2010. It was for the amount of about 4.9 million. It's set to, payments are set to be done in 2025. And we're currently paying for this year, it's a little bit more than $600,000 for principal and interest. In the scheme of things, this is it's actually a very small pension obligation bond. It has done us well because we did need the money in 2010 coming off of the Great Recession. And, we're not seeing substantial losses on it right now. So we're excited to not have to make the obligation payment in 2025, but again, it served its purpose back in 2010.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you for the report. Couple of questions. The first one has to do with the revenue sources for the CIP projects. I really liked how it was listed with the fund number. And I'm wondering with the other revenues, if you could do a similar type of table and if those have an associated fund number. Does that make sense?
So Councilmember Kurtz, when you say other revenues, are you referring to?
Like Measure C.
Okay, they do. They do. So if you look at, no, that's a great question. If you look at Exhibit 1, and I think this is answering your question.
Okay.
What you'll see is every single fund we have, and when I say Exhibit 1, I mean Exhibit 1, so that's good. Every single fund we have, the number, the name, the projected balance, so savings account, at June 30th, 2021, what we are expecting to receive in funds, and then what we're expecting to expend for this new year, and then the projected balance.
Okay, great. And just from point, I read it before, get me back to the right page on the Exhibit 1 on the report.
Oh, Exhibit, oh.
Page 287 of the council packet is, I think, the page that Nadine's looking at.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
The next question has to do with staffing. So we know that so many organizations are having a hard time with staffing, and we have we're looking at being able to fill 6 positions. Is there any concern that we wouldn't be able to fill those?
Well, we're always competing with other local agencies and other businesses, nonprofits, private. However, we have some really great recruiting and retention marketing tools, and we truly are a great place to work, and people come to us for lots of different reasons, the challenge, the size of the city. So I would say that I don't anticipate that we wouldn't fill them, but it is often quite difficult. We have had positions that have remained open for quite some time, and so we do what we can to fill them. And in the meantime, we work with consultants to help us get the work done. Okay. But we almost always fill the positions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the report. My question was one of the questions from Councilmember Hill, and you answered it. I think it's around parking, and there's such a fine balance because I understand that it takes so much money to keep it updated and, build a new one because they are getting so old. On the other hand, I would love to be able to offer free parking for the merchants. So, but I totally understand that, the money has to come from somewhere. So that was my question, and you answered it very well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill also asked one of my questions around the taxpayer impact, so I don't need to ask that one. But if you could just explain a little bit more on the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, just the timing, and I think you said July, but I think we're all concerned that we thought this money was super flexible and fungible, if you will, and now we're realizing it might not be so flexible, but to really set expectations about when the Treasury might start to have more information. And then I know that they haven't said it, but just what do you sense in talking to your peers?
Absolutely. So we are currently working with League of Cities. I'm on a group where it's just a bunch of finance people that are constantly asking each other questions and bringing up, challenges. And this has certainly been the talk. And what we know is that the final ruling is open for public comment through July 16th. So although internally we'll have discussions before then, and we continue to, and when I say internally, I mean, other local agencies, League of Cities, that's great. But what I'm really holding on to is the final guidance that's coming from the Treasury Department. And I don't expect that to be until after July 16th. Now, clearly there are certain things that we know we're absolutely eligible for. And so those are the things, we're not just going to wait on this money in hand. Those are the things that we'll bring to you for approval. But there are other items. So for example, revenue losses. We are able to show that we have adequate revenue losses to make us eligible for this money. But the question around that is, okay, well, you're eligible in regards to that, but now you get the money. What are you actually using the money for? So currently, we can't just put it back. For example, parking. They dug into their reserves because they had revenue losses. Well, we can't just get the money and put it back into their reserves. That's not allowed. And so we're having to prove eligibility of the fund. And then we're also having to prove what we use it for. And that's really what we're waiting for additional guidance on. So it's kind of a double whammy, or a double proving.
So does it make sense I know you're working with the League of Cities, does it make sense for the city of San Rafael to write an advocacy letter? You said that public comment is open for a couple more weeks. Is that something that we should, put it out there, whatever it is that you're hoping, that kind of flexibility? Is that something that's worthwhile?
We have submitted that through a larger conglomerate, but we are continuing to submit questions and, just the request for further guidance and a more general scope on things. So many of us have the same questions, and so those are being kind of accumulated and sent in by representatives of many cities. But yes, we will continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will open it up to public comment. I will ask Director Giudice to help us out with that.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. So to comment on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand right now if you are interested. Or if you're calling by phone, you can press *9. If you're participating by YouTube, don't forget to start with capital letters public comment before your message. So I know to read the message out loud, and I do not see anybody. Give it a few seconds here. Just checking to see if we have any comments on Zoom, on YouTube. Looks like no comments.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council members for additional questions or comments. And I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
I have a comment that I would like to direct to the director, and that is to the much praise is due for your presentation tonight, but even greater praise is due for the work that you've done before this meeting, which has led to the public not having any questions. They're informed. We all had fairly minor questions over this very significant matter because of all the work that you've done in bringing us along and keeping us informed and doing it in a consistent way, as well as our faith and confidence in you for the future, because we're all very interested too in this, how our ARPA, is that what we're calling it? How the ARPA funds will be spent. And we have confidence that you will bring to us proposals consistent with the policy directives that we have already put forward. So Thank you for the various phases and continuing efforts in keeping us apprised of the city's finances and the issues that we need to decide. Other than that, I have nothing further to say other than to be prepared to move that we're accepting this report tonight when the time is right.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, +1 to what Vice Mayor Bushy just said. I've had the privilege of meeting with you several times, Director Hayde, over the course of the last several months that I've been here. And the questions that I asked tonight really belie just how massive and deep this budget goes. City finance is not for the faint of heart. So thank you for helping to make sure our ship is guided well. So I too will be supporting acceptance of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Great report. Thank you. After years of listening to school budgets and updates and going through this very similar process, it is so hard to present this information in a way that the general community can understand. And for us as well, and so appreciate it. And you are, I was sending you questions as well, and you're able to answer everything. So appreciate all your work on this, and look forward to being able to not only accept the report, but to next month being able to approve.
Thank you. Great comments. Councilmember Micah.
I can't say anything else. It's amazing how you put it all together and so many hours that you spend and the knowledge that you have. So it's wonderful. So thank you. Of course, I will be approving this.
Thank you. And I'll just add on, it is, as my colleagues have said, it's both your grasp of the topic at a really deep level, but it's also the macro. We just went through COVID. We had these incredible financial, went up, went down, and you were able to guide us there and then to help us come out of that and to plan going forward, knowing that the COVID impacts, we're still dealing with that. And so, so thank you for all the work that you have done. And I think Vice Mayor Bushy has made, she said she'd make a motion. Wait, you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
So moved.
Okay. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the report. Yes. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gulati?
Aye.
And Mayor Kate?
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Director Atiya Hayde, and we will see you, I guess, next meeting as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I promised at the beginning of this meeting that we were jam-packed with lots of awesome things, and we are ending on a high note. We have a discussion and consideration of an MOU with San Rafael Police Association. That is definitely a high note, and I see that Manager Gonzalez is here to take us through this item.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. As you said tonight,
Wait, hold on.
Presenting the San Rafael Police Association.
Wait, hold on one second. Can you, maybe you can turn off your video and do it because you're coming in and out a little bit, but we will know you're here because we see you. But if you turn off your video, then we can hear you better. Okay.
Okay, hopefully that's a little better. But
yeah, that's better.
So I'm presenting the San Rafael Police Association Successor MOU for discussion and consideration. SRPA represents 86 full-time equivalent sworn and non-sworn positions in the San Rafael Police Department. The current MOU will expire on June 30th, 2021 after a one-year extension. The city and representatives of SRPA have been involved in negotiations since late February and have reached a tentative agreement on May 6th, and membership subsequently ratified the tentative agreement. So the approach for this round of negotiations was to address recruitment, retention, and compaction issues by providing salary increases based on where classifications fall in comparison to the labor market. A couple of items, the major elements of the negotiated successor MOU. We've reached an agreement for a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. Year 1 provides the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group as a whole. Year 2 provides the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group. And year 3 provides the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group. So salary increase percentages for individual classifications may be lower or higher than the percentages I just mentioned based on the amount of the labor market adjustment that was agreed to for each position in the bargaining unit. So overall, the compounded cost for this MOU is $3.7 million for the 3-year term. In addition, there were some non-economic agreements outlined in the staff report that are included as part of the draft MOU. And these items address language clarification or operational items. So staff recommends that the City Council take public comment and direct staff to return at the next meeting with a resolution seeking approval of the successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Association. And as you know, we've talked about this several times over the last few closed sessions, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions. Vice Mayor Bushy, I see a head shake no. Councilmember Kurtz. Another head shake no. Councilmember Micah? No. Okay. Councilmember Hill? You can't. She's here even though we can't see her. Okay. With that, I don't have any questions myself. We will ask Director Giudice to see if public would like to comment on this. I will open public comment.
So to comment on Zoom, you may raise your hand. If you'd like to comment by phone, you can press *9. And if you would like to comment on YouTube, you may go ahead and first type in public comment prior to your message. I'm just looking to see if there's anything on YouTube. Sorry, it looks like there are no public comments.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back for comments from each of the council members. Vice Mayor Bushy, any comments?
Just to focus on what I think is the most important part of this agreement, and that is its duration. It's been a long time since we've had a 3-year MOU, and so it's a great achievement that we have amicably resolved these issues for 3 years and ensured the high level of professionalism and service that our constituents have come to depend on from our police department. So I'm very happy about that primary component of the MOU. And I would be prepared to move that we, I guess, accept the report or direct that it come back on the next meeting for final approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Coming after Vice Mayor Bushy, I always end up saying +1. I'm looking for a way to not agree with you at some point, but I couldn't agree more, Vice Mayor. This is an achievement. From what I understand in these negotiations, good faith is a major part of it, and I believe that good faith was maintained on all sides here. And I couldn't be more proud to be, of course, working with all the men and women, sworn and unsworn, in the department. And I'm glad that we have an agreement in place that we can continue to partner together with them to build trust with our community. So those are my comments, and I will be supporting that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
No further questions or comments. Happy that we're able to move forward. Thanks to everyone who's worked really hard on this project to get to the MOU, and looking forward to being able to accept it as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, so again, everything that was said, really appreciate the teams that they've been working together to come to an agreement, and really appreciate, our departments. It's like wonderful work. So thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll just I'll do +1 or +4 of what everyone's already said to the negotiating team. And I'm sorry, Sylvia, that we had to take you off the camera, but you were cutting out something. So thank you for leading us through this, and for the professionals that serve our community every single day. We know when we go out and do citizen satisfaction surveys that the quality of our police department, as well as our fire department, but it's always near the top. So I am grateful, as Vice Mayor said, that we have a 3-year MOU that we are considering. So I think Vice Mayor Bushy, you had said a motion.
I move that we direct staff to return with the resolution seeking approval of a successor memorandum of understanding between the City of San Rafael and the San Rafael Police Association.
And I'll second.
Beautiful. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy,
Aye.
Councilmember Hill,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Aye.
Councilmember Yorans Kulati,
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. There's nothing on our San Rafael Successor Agency, so any staff members can come on and wave, because we actually want to give a deep, deep appreciation to Allie and Thomas. It is not easy to run a meeting in person and multiply that times 100 to do it on Zoom. So thank you so much for helping us to work with our community and get their input. Good night, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.
Night. Thank you.
Record.